Dear guests, dear participants, dear students, and dear friends, welcome to Legnano University. I have to admit that I wasn't entirely sure what we are getting into when we started planning this, but somehow, about 1,000 emails exchanged later, it seems that things have worked out. Many of you said yes, made time in your busy schedules, and many of you here also worked very, very hard to make this conference happen. And I am sure everyone here around is also very grateful for your effort. So now that we're all here today, and since that we have chosen a name that even I sometimes struggle to pronounce, let me say a few words about what comparative culturology is and why we thought it was worth bringing people together around it. I'll begin by stating a simple fact, and that is culture is ubiquitous. To use a popular metaphor, it's for us what water is for the fish. We can't see it, but it's all around us. Even right now in this conference, from the way we dress, speak, behave, the fact we are holding conference in the first place and we do them the way we do, it's all part of our culture. Moreover, other cultures are also all around us. How many of you are actually born in Hong Kong? How many of you were born in Hong Kong and also have parents who were born in Hong Kong? Okay, well, surely a minority. I see in this audience people from thousands of different countries and probably from all inhabited continents. It's remarkable that we are all here today being able to step aside our own cultural boundaries and to have meaningful interactions. This is thanks to our ability to understand and adapt to different cultures. People from ancient times have been fascinated with other cultures. It was often a matter of survival or perish, with whom we can exchange goods, who can we trust not to invade us. And qualitative descriptions like that by the Greek historian Herodotus from the 5th centuries BC that I show you here, describing the customs of the Thracians, were the prevalent form of cultural knowledge until the early 1980s, when one man, the Dutch engineer Gerrit Hofstede, paved the way to an explosion of cross-cultural research by introducing the quantification of culture using cultural dimensions. This line of research, of course, hinged on the availability of high quality and large cross-cultural data. Fortunately, around the same time, the American political scientist Ron Inglehart founded the World Value Survey, which has so far conducted several 100,000 face-to-face interviews with respondents around the world from more than 120 countries in 7 consecutive waves. Since then, the field has flourished, more sophisticated methods have been developed, an enormous amount of data has been collected, and theoretical developments have kept up with the pace of this progress. But the one man changing everything times are already behind us, at least I believe so. There are thousands of scholars now contributing to our expanding knowledge of culture, and they come from all social and behavioral sciences, the humanities, and even from many natural sciences, especially neuroscience. In this graphic, you can see which scientific disciplines have cited the key cultural dimension individualism, collectivism in the web of science. The first three being psychology, behavioral sciences, and sociology, but followed by dozens of other disciplines. Surprisingly, despite this explosion of research, the field I'm referring to that studies culture has remained unnamed. So together with an amazing group of collaborators, including Michał Minkov, Vivian Vigneault, Christian Welzel, myself, Michael Harris-Bond, Annelie Casa, and Peter Smith, we decided to change that by publishing this paper last year. And aside from wanting to give a label to something that already exists, we wanted to clearly distinguish culture as an object of study. We acknowledge that psychology has had traditionally had the leading role on research on culture, particularly cross-cultural psychology. Oh, sorry, cultural psychology, which is interesting how culture shapes psychological processes, and cross-cultural psychology, which deals with how psychology differs across cultures. The primary interest in psychology, however, has traditionally been on the individual, while cultures often have been treated as having the same or similar properties as individuals, what some scholars refer to psychologizing cultures. Curiously, there is also the field of cultural sociology, which is also preoccupied with the individual. For example, there is a prominent interest in the so-called personal culture. This is what Hofstede and many others have explicitly warned us against. Cultures are not king-size individuals, as he explained. They're wholes, and their internal logic cannot be understood in the terms used for personality dynamics of individuals. And ecologic differs from individual logic. So instead, we want to propose treating cultures as objects of study in their own right, as something that emerges out of the interactions of individuals and institutions within a certain environment. So after years of debating whether and how exactly to name it, we decided it was time, and we called it comparative culturology. And why comparative culturology, you may ask? Many ideas for labels were floating around, and we decided to settle on this label as we believe it describes the field well and it's avoid disciplinary boundaries. We hope that this would be more or less self-explanatory, as culturology literally means the study of culture, and could have been just culturology, as valuable cultural insights also emerge from studying single cultures. But we believe this field is inherently comparative because any descriptions of cultures are necessarily in comparison to others. They're individualist or collectivist, egalitarian or hierarchical, tied to loose cultures only in comparison to other cultures or across different time points, not in absolute terms. So even though it doesn't have to be, and we wish to be open to various approaches, culturology is almost always comparative. So what is comparative culturology? A brief definition could look something like this: an interdisciplinary field of inquiry that seeks to understand how cultures vary and evolve and influence social life by comparing patterns across societies or other cultural groups. Crucially, this field focuses on group, typically societal level patterns. Quantitative approaches such as the use of cultural dimensions are common, but the field is also to contributions from other methodological approaches, and we have also contribution from qualitative research in this conference. It's interdisciplinary and aims to integrate knowledge from all social sciences. And while it's not theoretical, it's more oriented towards practical utility. So helping us understand cultures, make better predictions. Okay, so advances have been made, as our conference name suggests. Still, we acknowledge that this field has inherited many problems, as we'll surely hear in this conference, partly because of this fragmentation between different fields and disciplines and schools that have not been talking sufficiently to each other. And much work remains to be done. Culture is incredibly complex, and it would take a whole army of dedicated scholars to solve the many big puzzles. So some of these fundamental questions that remain only partially answered and we'll focus on in this conference are, first, what is culture? How do we conceptualize and measure it? Where do cultural differences come from? Why does culture change, and what patterns does this change follow? How is culture as an ecological construct relates to individual psychology? What role does culture play in driving social change, among many others? And If nothing I said so far made sense, just remember this conference is going to be about culture, but not the kind of culture that you see in the galleries or theaters or here in the concert halls, which is also part of culture, where we're going to talk about the kind that shapes our thinking, behavior, and even entire societies. Now, in case you wonder, do you need to identify with comparative culturology to be part of this conference and enjoy it? No. All you need is the interest in culture and appreciation for each discipline and scholars' effort in studying it. Okay, so having said all that, how we'll proceed with this conference? After this introduction, we'll begin with highly anticipated keynote talk by Professor Shinobu Kitayama, who in recent years have been expanding his theory of independence, interdependence beyond East and West. After a short break, we will then continue with the first session on cultural dimensions, where Anneli Kase and I will present some new developments. After the lunch break, we'll continue with a session featuring Xiang Lu, who I believe will pick up on some of the ideas about interdisciplinary nature of cultural research, and two presentations by Michael Schachner and Joseph Scholz, who will focus on challenges and opportunities of applying cultural research in practice. And we'll finish the day with an exciting debate between Ronald Fisher and Kodai Kusano on measurement invariance. On the second day, we'll have two morning sessions focusing on psychological perspectives on culture, including a personal reflection by Michael Bond, one of the founding figures in cross-cultural psychology, and an exploration of the origins of culture by Oliver Sung. The second session will then explore two approaches to understanding culture and concepts across culture by Yingyi Hong and Emma Buchter. And the afternoon will continue with sociological approaches to culture. We'll begin with our distinguished guest, Vanina Lesziner, followed by a talk by my department colleague, Francisco Olivos. And to ensure our audience remains until the end of the conference, we scheduled two exciting presentations on cultural change in the late afternoon by Kesten Varherk and Raoul Thomas. We'll wrap up the conference at 4:20 with briefer than now closing remarks from me. Okay, so now before we launch the conference, I would like to say a few words of gratitude for all of you who are supporting and participating in this conference, from my wonderful department colleagues, admin staff, and student helpers, an amazing lineup of distinguished speakers, and everyone here in this large audience. I want to especially thank our speakers who kindly agreed to participate and travel from different parts of Hong Kong, from mainland China, Japan, Abu Dhabi, Estonia, Finland, the Netherlands, Spain, the United States, Canada, and even as far as Brazil. And we're fortunate to have some of the highest ranked scholars whose research has profoundly shaped this field, as well as some earlier career scholars whom I can bet on becoming the field's new leaders. I also wish to thank everyone who joined us today in this audience and share their energy and curiosity with us. I know many of you have traveled far, some from across Hong Kong and some even from overseas, and I deeply appreciate your interest and support. So that's all from me. Now, I simply want to wish all a stimulating and joyful conference, explore new ideas, engage with each other, and enjoy the experience. Thank you very much.
It's a great pleasure and also an honor for me to introduce Professor Kitayama here. Thank you for the task, Carmen. So today I've prepared a little bit for this introduction and for the moderation of this session. So here I'm introducing Professor Kitayama, who is now the uh, Robert B. Sayons Collegiate Professor, right? Sayons Science, okay, Science Collegiate Professor of Psychology at the University of Michigan. And obviously, as we all see from the booklet, there is a long list of publication and achievement and accolades that Professor Kitayama has received as a prominent scholar in the field of social cultural science. So I have also been looking up your previous work aside from the most well known to us all on culture and self. Aside from that, I now learned that Professor Kitayama has also been doing research on cultural neuroscience, cultural evolution, and there have been topics related to implicit preference for birthday numbers, and also people's social emotion like pride or self-esteem, etc. So today's talk will be on this variety of interdependence, which Professor Kitayama labeled as self-promotive interdependence, which is something, as I understand it, taking us beyond the usual discussion of the East-West difference in self-control. So for those of us who are familiar with cross-cultural psychology research, we would have read the paper on self-control related to different cultural groups where Westerners are suggested to be holding more independent self-control, while East Asians tend to be more likely to hold on to what Professor Kitayama and Professor Marcus have called interdependent self-control. But today, it seems that we are going to learn something new about interdependence. There would be a variety, a new form, a different form of interdependence that we are going to see, especially from the region of Africa. And so I'm going to leave the time for Professor Kitayama to make this keynote presentation, and let's welcome Professor Kitayama on stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Vivian. Yeah, it's a great honor to be here. I've been spending several weeks in Hong Kong. The place is wonderful. This is my first time to spend any extended period. I came here before. Spend a few days and go back to where I was living. And this time I had enough time to get to know lots of people who are very nice, and also some subtle aspects of culture which make me feel so happy. You know, walking around and eating great food and, you know, seeing wonderful people. And so I'm very grateful, and I'm particularly grateful for Flamin, who invited me to come. And when he invited me, he mentioned this notion of cultural plurality. So I went to the Wikipedia, and just as I was pleasantly surprised to find the tradition of Chinese scholars, as you mentioned, who advocated a scientific study of culture even before the World War II, right? That's my understanding. Several prominent names are cited in Wikipedia. So I think I find it very, very appropriate and very timely to go back to this time-honored idea or project of scientific study of culture and just invigorate the field. And we starting all this from this place of Hong Kong. That seems very, very exciting. And I'm very, very pleased and honored to be part of that effort. So as Vivian mentioned, I have a full intention to study culture from the beginning of my academic career with a method of science, some empirical method. I'm from Japan originally, and I went to the United States for PhD. That's a long time ago. So that's naturally placed me in this comparative study of East and West, East defined fairly narrowly as East Asia, more or less, China, Hong Kong, of course, Japan, Korea, and so on. And the West, fairly narrowly, again, defined by Western Europe and North America, European cultures in North America. And I've been doing all this, and the main agenda was to see how culture, like water for the fish, for the human, might go under the skin to influence the brain and heart and cardiovascular system and all this. And all this interest led me to study brain and cardiovascular system as well as subjective experience of emotion, cognition, and so on. But then several years ago, I took a note of obvious fact. East-West seems like a big deal, covering a lot of world, which is not true. West here is the western edge of Eurasian continent that we identify as the West. And of course, that the West extends to North America or Australia and New Zealand and so on. But just in terms of mere real estate, it's not that huge, even though it's expanded in the recent decades or centuries. How about the East? Well, it seems like the eastern half of hemisphere, but no, not in our field. Really study under the East Asia, and that's really worldwide, in worldwide scale, it's not that huge. There are lots of other places. So we decided to investigate, how other cultural regions might do their culture, essentially. And so we initially started working on Latin America just by the happenstance. It just so happened that one wonderful graduate student I had around that time was from Ecuador. So that seems like a wonderful opportunity to study Latin America. And then I got a nice collaborator from Spain who really know Mediterranean very well. So we began studying Arab culture. And more recent years, we went to Africa, again, for a variety of different reasons, but one of which is just by happenstance. But this journey turned out to be very, very, very fascinating and wonderful in many ways, personally and also academically and intellectually. And today I want to discuss a bit of it by focusing on Africa. So why do we want to study Africa? Well, Africa, just in case you don't know, that's a huge continent. And now population growth is just amazing. Lots of people are there, in fact. And you have to know something about it. And there does exist tremendous cultural diversity. In one estimate, there are 2,000 active languages in that continent. And also, in case you didn't know, Africa had a wonderful culture before colonization. Very sophisticated dynasties and civilizations, which really flourished and which were destroyed essentially by Western colonizers, which really define what Africa is in our mind. But there's much more to it than that. And just in case, again, you didn't know, Africa is the birthplace of all of us. That is, biologically modern, anatomically modern humans were born in Africa, of course, many years ago. But that may have some very, very interesting implications in understanding what humans are today. And I want to get to it later. And despite all this historical, cultural, and maybe evolutionary significance, Africa remains vastly underrepresented in social and personality, and of course, neuroscience. I mean, how many scanners are there in Africa today? just impossible to study. And yes, here's a kind of a missed opportunity to enrich our understanding of human culture. So that's why I want to study it. And now more here, cultural psychology, just a much narrower field than this. And Vivian kindly mentioned this notion of independence and interdependence. And for better or worse, this defines my life. You know, we say, okay, well, you can say it's too simple, but you know, you have to start with simple and just make it complicated as the research goes on. And we said something very simple, and many people find it simplistic, but that's fine. We said that the Western people or Western culture share the notion model of the self as independent, very individualistic, whereas in no Western society, by which we actually meant East Asian society, there's a model of the self as interdependent. So basically, personal self does exist, no question about this, but what really defines the person is in a relationship with other people, more social conflict, and far more important. All right, so given this, what can we say about Africa? Is this a right framework to this in describing Africa? Something else needs to be done? Or maybe can you enrich this framework in some way? So that's the most immediate theoretical question that motivated my research in Africa today. So we went to Africa a few years ago. And those photographs from wonderful restaurants in Nairobi, Kenya. Just to illustrate the fact that they do share a lot of food, you know, in the best possible occasion, there are multiple dishes on the table and we share. Now, this suggests to me that, you know, there's some commonality between African societies and here, you guys share. Right. And so in that sense, communal, more interdependent orientation was obvious. And how about this? I gave a talk at the University of Ghana, one of the best universities in Ghana or region. And after the talk, they threw wonderful ceremony of a sword. And this department head kindly gave me this wonderful book compiling some essays by women psychologists in Western Africa. So that was wonderful. Now, somebody took this photograph, and what amazed me here is that you see it, everybody is watching me. Now, if you have a comparable occasion, I'm sure, you know, my colleagues will be looking around and chatting with each other, and this never happens. And this photograph is not an exception. I witnessed similar kind of a convergence of attention in important social events. And that again suggests to me that there's something going on which emphasizes interdependent nature of social relations. And then, yeah, if you go to Africa, you have to go to safari. I took photographs. They're just so beautiful. And of course, you know, many people, unfortunately, you know, Africa is being defined by those animals rather than people who are living there. It's really horrible. But this all said, those animals are just so wonderful. And it's so wonderful to go and see those lions and elephants and all those animals in close proximity. But this only raises a very interesting question of why those animals do exist in Africa today. And we barely see them in natural habitats in the rest of the world, which is, you know, kind of generalization that is more or less true. There are exceptions, you know, tigers in India and so on. But overall, you would never expect humans running around in natural habitat in the Eurasian continent. Well, they usually exist before modern humans came out of Africa, and they quickly exterminated them. And that's about 50 or 60,000 years ago. And that's how, in the meantime, those animals in Africa was clever enough to avoid their worst predator, namely anatomically modern humans, because those two, animal species co-evolved. So this very fact may have very important implications for understanding contemporary culture in Africa as opposed to the rest. Now, I could be wrong, but just the safari scenes in safari suggested to me that there could be some real opportunity here in connecting ecology, evolution to human psychology in some very important way, which are not recognized in the field today. So what kind of research exists about in Africa? Well, here, sub-Saharan Africa, by which I mean part of Africa, vast region of Africa, south of Saharan desert. And North Africa, that's essentially Arab and Islam region. And generally, sub-Saharan Africa are considered to be different, although nobody knows how homogeneous or diverse that region. I mean, in some accounts, for example, if you count the number of languages they speak, that's enormously diverse. Is there any commonality? That's one interesting question you can raise. So prior work in sub-Saharan Africa, there are quite a few anthropological or even philosophical studies of African culture, some done by Western researchers, but some others done by African indigenous researchers. And here, main theme is a ultimate significance of social nature. I am me because we are. Basically, you become a person only only when you are embedded. You are in the group, and therefore you are, which is very different from Cartesian wisdom. That is, I think, therefore I am. Very different ideas, and lots of people elaborate on this theme. There are some very important studies in developmental psychology, particularly Heidi Keller, German, distinguished German scholar on post-cultural psychology. And she did extensive research in West Africa showing that, stories and mother-infant interactions and so on emphasize so much on social relationships. The significance of social relationships kind of incorporated into childhood stories. Those stories are transmitted to the kids, and they are kind of, trained to appreciate the fundamental relatedness in some way. And Heidi called African ethos hierarchical relatedness, which was distinguished from autonomy, which she found much more prominent in her home country of Germany. Now, fine, those are suggestive of interdependence and social relatedness. But there are a few really interesting things which are coming out in some other things. First of all, if you look at the behavioral economics literature, you might have heard of the name of Joe Henrich. He's been doing a wonderful job. But early on, he did very systematic cross-cultural, behavioral economics experiments across many regions. For example, you might have heard of big data game and those kinds of things. And one really interesting finding that came out of that is that Western individuals, people in Western societies like US or UK or Western Europe, seem to deviate quite a bit from, normative standard of rationality in economics, which is nice, actually. That is, people seem to appreciate fairness, for example, and therefore they find it extremely problematic to get the reward by themselves when they can share that reward with somebody else who has the equal standing with someone, just by virtue of the fact that they are participating in the experiment, just so that, if you get $100, I deserve half of it. So that's the normal fairness. And in Western society, it's very common for people to abide by this fairness norm, especially when choice, reward allocation must be made in public. What's interesting in Africa is that people appear to be more straightforward in saying it's okay to get the money. It's your money. But that's a tricky point. This whole economics literature make it look like fairness norm is what makes the humans human and civilized. And from that point of view, this finding can be tricky, right? I mean, Africans are pretty civilized. No, that's not true. But nonetheless, if you look at the phenomenon, they seem to acknowledge the possibility that everybody needs to pursue their self-interest as hard as possible, and that's normatively okay. Okay, so that's what seems to emerge from this literature. Now, given this kind of a normative sanctioning of self-interest, well, first of all, that's a little bit weird, how can you pursue self-interest when you are supposed to be relational? Let me get back to it. But nonetheless, when everybody is competing with each other in pursuing the interest of the self, what could result is that some kind of suspicion that everybody try to do something funny to take advantage of me, right? And that notion does exist in this part of the world too, Hong Kong or China. That is, your worst enemy could be in your neighborhood. Do you have that notion? Well, I'm sure you do. And our data shows that you do. But this notion, well, by the way, I don't like to take the entire credit in this because Glenn Adams, cultural psychologist now at the University of Kansas, has been saying this all the time. In West Africa, there's a common belief of enemy set as opposed to friend set. That is, however, in Africa, there's a common understanding that you have to be very careful of other people because those people, they trick you in some way. Or maybe through sorcery, for example, those things can happen. And if you fail to recognize it, simply you are too naive. Okay? All right, so for example, self-promotion is very, very salient. And let me share with you a few data. First of all, here, Vivian led this very important project in administering a whole bunch of questions designed to measure some dimensions of self-control. And one dimension that is particularly interesting is the dimension of self-interest and the commitment to others. So you value personal achievement more than good relationships with the people and so on. And if you look at this, first intuition would be that if you are individualist, you must be saying yes to that. My self-interest is very important. and public welfare, just forget about. Something like this is happening in the US today. However, that's not true according to Vivian's data. Here, there's a summary of the data as reported in this, well-recognized paper. So if you get simply standardized score so that the minus indicate more agreement with the public welfare, and positive score means more acknowledgement of self-interest. And big surprise, Westerners seem to be much more socially oriented. Now, one interpretation of this is that at least in modern societies, modern Westernized societies, creating social relationships is a very important way to, create benefit. And usually trade is a very good way to make you rich. And again, some people fail to recognize this in the recent years in the United States. However, lately in the US and elsewhere, seem to appreciate it. Just be good to other people and make sure that you let them be nice to you. So I think that's the psychology behind it. How about the other reasons? Well, this is interesting. Well, Victoria, I said those. In this order, gradually pattern changes, and in sub-Saharan Africa, this rapid result. So interesting, and how to make sense out of it. That's in some way the theme of my talk. But for the moment, important points to keep in mind is that self-promotion, pursuit of self-interest, even at an end, to the interest or maintenance of public welfare is highly valued in sub-Saharan. Now, here, if you are doing this, you have to be careful of other people. I think I took this photograph probably in Nairobi, could be Accra, and the African buses are so funny and so interesting. Those interesting slogans and wisdoms are printed. And here, your worst enemy can be your best friend. That's kind of enemy from Africa, right? You know that? Yeah, of course. If you don't know this, you are just not the person, you are childish. This is the common sense that serves you well. That's the social norm in many African societies, I get to know. And here, Glenn Adams, so he interviewed, quite a few people in America and Ghana. I remember those are university students, and much higher proportion of Ghanaians say that they have enemies, and Americans kind of hesitate in saying, admitting that they have enemies. That's almost, I don't know, that's an interesting psychology. If you press, they may accept this possibility, but they want to believe that they are nice enough so that they wouldn't want to admit that they have an enemy, maybe. Hidden enemies is like, if you believe that, you have enemy just hidden, you are paranoid. Americans appear to pathologize this enemies. And finally, this is the point I made, recognizing the enemies in your group. It's a wisdom. You have to know it. Unless you recognize it explicitly, you are too naive. And, Ghanaians are saying that, quite few of them, and Americans don't agree. Now, so very quickly, I reviewed existing studies, and what you see is two themes. One, the theme of interdependence, and the other one, self-promotion, pursuit of self-interest, and intergroup competition, one way, or one form or the other form. And of course, this is interesting, first of all. And nobody even tried to combine those two. But if you juxtapose those 2 points here like this makes you wonder, how can it be that interdependence and self-promotion can mix well in African context? So here, I like to explore the possibility that those two are not just coexisting in African context, but they are actually dynamically related to form a system of culture, which I would call self-promotive interdependence. So what is it? So let me define it. By self-promotive interdependence, I mean a way of life in which commitments to in-group identity both reinforces and reinforced by personal achievement, which is essential for the survival and flourishing of the in-group. Well, this is very abstract, and given Western minds or Westernized minds, sometimes it's very hard to get into the feel of that. What is this about? So now we have something like this in some specific occasions in the United States, like team sports like that. University of Michigan, football is a big deal. That's a big money maker. It's very important to maintain very strong competitive team. If you are coach for the team, what would you do? Well, you have to recruit the best possible high school standout, right? Bring them in and let them compete. Okay, you just cannot trust a guy simply because he can throw the ball well enough. No, that's not enough. Let's bring in 4 more additional excellent quarterbacks, right? And let them work in the same room and compete with each other so that after a year or so, one of them becomes really excellent, right? And competition is absolutely necessary. And this applies to running back, to a wide receiver, and all the skilled functions. And this system of in-group competition is absolutely necessary to create strong winning championship team in American football, and the same applies to baseball, volleyball, and many other team sports. Now, what I said is that personal achievement is a fundamental driver of group success. When you are competing for a starting position, this is absolutely necessary for your achievement, but your achievement is absolutely necessary to bring victory to your team, your university, your country, and so on. So there'll be extremely intense competition within a group, right? You have to compete with your fellow quarterbacks, running backs, and so on. And they are not particularly your enemies, your friends, oftentimes. But it's going to be very naive of you if you think that your friends are saints. Maybe not. They are also doing whatever is possible to ensure that they can win the competition so that they can be a star of the team. Make sense? At the same time, here's a common understanding that if you win the competition, and if you become the star of the team, and if you can throw wonderful pass to win the game against, in our case, Ohio State, which is horrible rival in a particular part of the world. And, basically this contributes to the glory of the team, glory of the university, glory of the city, and everybody associated with it. So my win is not just my personal matter. My win is our win. and people know it. So even if you lose a job because he was slightly better, you may get some solace in saying, okay, at least I did something and he's doing okay. And I cannot start, but at least I can do something. Maybe I can play, opponent in the practice, and so on and so forth. And if you look at the football business, you will realize that even if you are not starting, there's a payoff associated with a, strong, glorious team. After all, victory can bring in fame and finance and all sorts of things. And if you are the star, of course, you go to NSF and just making huge amount of money. However, even if you are not, there might be some, register of reward coming through. So there's a very interesting dynamic here where in-group competition goes along with in-group solidarity, and which is a kind of system I would call self-promoted interdependence. And the thesis here is that this system is not just a matter of football, not just a matter of basketball, but the entire society. So, two key features of self-promoted interdependence. Self-promotion in sub-Saharan Africa serves the group, not just the individual. People express, oh yeah, that's right. So there are two important implications, which I want to discuss. One, consequences of emotional experience. This is related to my previous work. We did this work in Japan and the US early on, quite a few years ago, and expanded this to Latin America several years ago. And what we found in retrospect was not that amazing. Still science proceeds step by step, boring findings are fine. So we reported those findings. Don't quote me to my student who did the paper. So finding is that when you succeed, you feel proud. Fine. When somebody in your group succeeds, you feel connected. Now, Americans are independent. One prediction which shows to be true was that this connection between personal success and the pride is stronger in the US compared to, say, Japan. Asians are interdependent. What that means is that the connection between, somebody else's success and the connection to that person, when Michael succeeds, oh yeah, Michael, that's wonderful. So this effect is stronger in Japan or Latin America. So that's the basic fact. We did the same thing in Africa. Just a finding was astonishing. We did this because we are interested in this phenomenon, because in Africa, theoretically, your success and group success are conflated, right? Did I tell you, right? Just think about football. Your success as a quarterback is a success of the team, okay? And failure, vice versa. And somebody's success, you can benefit from it, meaning that somebody's success may not necessarily be the only somebody, but actually it may be extended to you. So this connection between personal success and pride and somebody's close other success and the connection may be much weaker. Yeah. So this emotional pattern, resulting emotional pattern may reflect cultural disease, that I'm one of the group, so my success is yours and yours is mine. So let me explain the data a little bit. So here's a project. This is a huge project. huge project that is done there. There are multiple studies, projects, which happen to include the same instrument. And some of them I led, some others led by Cristina Salvador, whose dissertation addressed this several years ago. Yeah, Feldmeyer also was running an extremely huge African project, and we combined all those data. And once you have 6,000 people in your data set, almost impossible to find null findings. When you get null findings, that to be real. So anyway, so here's a sample, and this is what we did, very straightforward. So why don't you think about you get something good, you succeeded, or somebody in your group, somebody close to you succeeded, or you failed, you got something bad happening to you, or somebody else is experiencing that kind of thing. So after imagining those, simply we ask people to report how strongly they express those different emotions. So some emotions are related to connection, close feelings and friendly feelings, like, oh, Michael, give me a hug. And some other emotions are much more related to pride. Not really pride for others, it's a pride for yourself because it's related so strongly to high self-esteem. Okay, and there are some negative emotions too. And the results are very complicated. What you see is that those are cultural zones. Green, Africa, here, Middle East. This is Latin America. This is America. This is Japan. And so we have many samples. So those are representing different samples, alphabet, right? And here, the intra-cluster correlation indicating how homogeneous those regions might be. So, but the bottom line, first of all, is that Japanese don't show emotion. So let's set that aside, okay? You know that, we don't have to say it. All right, so now, if you look at this, first thing you notice is that this is personal success for you. Oh, I'm sorry, this is in-group member success. When somebody in your group got something nice, and what emotion would you feel? And people surely express pride and connection, positive emotion. And what you see is that Latin America, connection is predominant emotion. How about US? Well, connection is predominant, except effect is slightly weaker. That was our previous main finding. Okay? And Japanese are showing the same effect. That is, when something good happens to somebody else, connection is the primary. Interestingly, that's not true in Africa and Middle East. So just to show this, we calculated a difference score between pride and connection, so that negative score means shows an emphasis on connection rather than pride. And Latin America, US, and Japan, there's a clear emphasis on connection. Basically success achieved by somebody else is clearly belong to that person. I have no reason to feel too proud. However, that's not true. Africa or Middle East. On this particular measure, Africa and the Middle East, as represented by Turkey and Kuwait, are very similar. And by the way, the same is true in Iran as well. This must be kept confidential. We are not supposed to data publicly. Just kidding. All right. So here's a self-successful. Here, predominant pattern is that when you succeed, you feel proud or high self-esteem. more than connection. That seems natural. And if you find it natural, surely you are not too happy. Here, the finding is little more subtle. However, this emphasis on pride exists in all the cultures, but the emphasis is smallest in sub-Saharan Africa. Seems that okay, when you succeed, you are entitled to this emotion of pride. But you might feel connection too. Why? Because you succeed, you know other people feel good about you because my success is in part theirs, and therefore I have reason to feel connected to them too. Right? So that dynamic seems very, very common in Africa, and Japanese show just a little bit of it, but just the variance is so huge. So this was indicating that outcome for the self, success, maybe recognized as more share in sub-Saharan Africa. And that's reflected in emotional dynamics. So that's the first. One more thing. In-group competition and in-group identity reinforce each other. That's what I said. You remember, you compete for starting position on the quarterback, you compete fiercely, but that's part of being in this group, right? So, say, just imagine that you are very, very promising high school quarterback. You come to this and coach might tell you, oh, welcome, our university emphasizes harmony. We get along very well. You don't have to compete. We take time and we make sure you can play. That's really, that's what. Those guys are coming to Michigan to be well, to in football. And eventually they can go to NFL and they can be a millionaire. That's eventually goal. But nonetheless, competition is the point of belonging to this group, okay? And interdependent cooperation, that's nonsense. It's really nice to have somebody who's nice enough. But nonetheless, we need to compete. That's the point of me being in this situation. So in many cultural contexts, in-group competition fosters greater cohesion in the United States. That's kind of common sense. And that's what, say, balance theory might say, cooperation is recognized in the economy. You have cooperation. That's, practical, which you call cognitive consistency. And, that ought to be the case to the extent that cooperation is a good thing. But just imagine that competition is useful. Competition is the point of me being here. Competition is absolutely necessary for me to be better and for the team to excel. In that case, balance the make it so that competition and competition and English competition may be not the opposite. So we wanted to explore this possibility. I think it's about English. And so we recently collected data in several different places. Oh, by the way, our emotional data too, we recruited college students and also no students are out. We want to make sure that findings are not limited to highly educated, especially in countries where education is not that high. So we did whatever we can to recruit non-students adults. And here's a new sample. So Kenya and South Africa is represented in Africa, and Kuwait and Turkey representing Middle East, and Chile and Mexico Latin America, and we also got US data and Japanese data. And what we did was to assess two things. One, zero-sum bidding. That's a major, if you are studying, trying to start as a quota there, you know that there's only one starting. So resources absolutely limited. And there are four components, and only three people need to lose. So zero-sum belief, the more one person gets in their work, the less other will get. One financial situation will become worse if their plans sound better. So basically, there's a zero-sum relationship, and that's a major component. And one more thing we measure was in-group cohesion. This is more straightforward. So this is probably major of in-group identity, called in-group vision scale. I'm one with this group. I feel immersed in this group. I have a deep emotional bond with this group. This group is me. So that's our major. Subjects fill this out with a rating scale. And we need to go once to see how those two, concepts might be related. Well, first of all, I want to show you mean score. Here again, Sub-Saharan Africa, Middle East and North Africa, Latin America, US and Japan. And what you see here is an in-group competition. And in-group competition is very high. That's a replication of prior Glenn Adams finding. One caveat, well, in other regions, relatively less, okay? One funny finding is coming from Japan. Japanese appear to compete. And by the way, prior work in China also shows that this enemy belief or in-group vigilance is fairly high, although in China. But so I paid in Japan to show higher score, but I think that's very interesting. Now, let me move on to in-group fusion. In-group fusion is very high in Africa and also the United States. Again, that's a big surprise. Well, maybe not. If you think about this crazy identification from with your university, you might witness the football team over every weekend. You might see this in fact. So we believe that in-group belonging could be very important source of self-esteem in the United States, driven by independent concerns. Am I a good person? Am I belonging to this group? So that's an additional interesting question. But presumably, the dynamics of this is very different in Africa. So basically, contribution to in-group is an important source of respect and status, rather than me, myself as in African context. But of course, that's the next question we have to address. And finally, this Japanese don't know fusion with the in-group. And let me get back to this very interesting finding. They compete, they have no to the group. All right. So this is the correlation between in-group fusion identification and in-group competition. Basically, what you see is general negative relation. So, basically you tend to identify yourself with your group, with the in-group important. That effect is slightly weaker in Middle East. So that's what you see without Africa. And is it really true that Africa defines the general trend? So that's one question. And here's African result. Massively different, massively different. So African pay without pay. Correlation shows that those Africans who are committed to the in-group pay, that their group at 0 time. fail. Competition and in-group identification goes along with it. So, and let me, I'm from Japan, so I think I know something about Japan. Yeah, those Japanese subjects are very weird. Japanese exhibit high competitiveness, even comparable to sub-Saharan Africans, but report lower in the field, even lower than Americans. How does this go along with the presumed status as a representative of each independent culture? And I don't know, I don't have data, but somebody should collect data here. I wonder if pattern could be similar to Japan. And obviously, I appreciate that input. And what's common in this region is that social relationships are not really a matter of identification to other people, like University of Michigan. Uh, More like, give and take. The gift giving and the gift, well, more in Chinese context. I give you a favor, you have to return the favor. This exchange of favor is extremely important. I have some more time? Okay, few more minutes. So maybe East Asian mode of interdependence is based on exchange of favor, leading to tacit competition, which is common, right? So you have to be very careful. You have too expensive items. You are a little competitive, you know, and you are not giving back adequate items, and you are extremely you really work hard to avoid this impression that you are excessively arrogant or excessively cheap or excessively whatever. That's a very nuanced social game, and belonging to your group, is what they mean by belonging to the group. Now, if this situation is right, it begins to make sense that there's a zero-sum structure. Of course, if you win in this game, somebody needs to lose, and vice versa. And finally, in-group identification, like I'm one with this group. That's very different. You just belong to the group by doing the social. That's our situation. All right. So what shall we say at the end of the day? It seems to me that evidence is growing, emerging, that African societies can be described as interdependent in some important way, but with a very important caveat. They really differ in the emphasis given to social harmony as opposed to self-harm. Now, can you give me 5 more minutes? Oh, okay. So let me get back. Here, Oliver is here, evolutionary psychologist. I hope he likes the speculation. I want to get back to evolutionary origins of self-promoted behavior. And that's where I started my talk, emphasizing the presence of big animals. Essentially, if you are in Africa, all the animals constitute your natural ecological habitat for a long time. Several tens of thousands of years or even more. Whereas, anatomically modern humans left Africa about 70 or 1,000 years ago, and wherever they go, they quickly exterminate, kill all the big animals. So as a result, too bad, you have to chase around the rabbits, those small animals, or otherwise you have to grow rice. the most recent 10,000 years. So those are extremely different habits, and this might have some implications for them. This is a kind of habitat that must have existed for such an extended period of time. And this fact, this ecology may be deeply rooted in Africa's unique evolutionary history where humans are not an animal. So here, the African context, the need to hunt big animals may have encouraged this sinful laboratory, analogous to football, contemporary football or basketball, where teamwork is absolutely necessary, but at the same time, everybody, particularly skillful, are excellent. How can you achieve? Well, they didn't know how University of Michigan football team works. No, they didn't run from Michigan. They invented it, and if anything, I'm sure Western team sports culture are following this job. So we are talking about tens of thousands of years of evolutionary pressure, and this ecological environment may have encouraged the system of self-promotion. Now, that's a long time ago, tens of thousands. Western growth. That's an ultimate example of Western influence. But if you think about the long, over a long long- yeah, long- and many artifacts, including musical instruments and various poetry and so on, came from those non-Western regions. That's such a misnomer. There's no West around. So no West building this artifact, right? So, but nonetheless, in contemporary vocabulary, no Western region. And I put this I mean, story is that maybe one of those people from non-Western world might be a individual style, which you might call self-promoted. So here, emergence of modern West, and modern West began to emerge, characterized by the notion of individual. That in and by itself, you need to ask the question of why this notion of individualism, the notion of independent self emerged. But the West was defined by this new idea of independence as organizing principle of life and a whole bunch of artifacts imported from the surrounding world. So when self-promotive interdependence was combined with the notion of independence, it became the notion of individualism involving self-promotion as a crucial ingredient. And in that way, modern West didn't come nowhere, it didn't come from nowhere. It came from somewhere. And one very important source of influence might lie in South Africa. So, as a refugee line, what we are seeing today is such a negative, adverse consequence, ramification of excessive emphasis on self-interest in the context of an atomic individual. And for that reason alone, I believe that there's something to be learned from the notion of self-promotion as a way to organize social life, which seems to be active in African countries today. So, thank you very much.
Technical questions related to because you measured success and self-promotion goes with success. My question is, what is the impact of failure? So we are looking at, for example, teams who are playing football, and so everybody wants to be a striker, and this is by victory, somebody scores the goal, and it is his glory, and he's bringing glory to the team. Nobody wants to be a defender because this is related to this.
Well,
Um,
hey, how about that? So I avoid it. You are perfectly welcome. What's happening? The pattern of emotions is very interesting. Very. So the American result might be like when you fail, you feel angry. When you didn't get a good score in the test, you blame your professor and quality of your test and so on. And this caricature seems to remind, David too. However, in Japan, when you fail, you feel guilty. You're guilty because you are part of the group, and you are supposed to work hard and win. And if you fail to achieve that, you feel guilty. Africa seems to fall somewhere in between. Now, in the case of somebody's failure, that's where Americans seem to be very nice. They also show anger because presumably because they are angry against common enemy. We didn't get good score. Of course, professor was wrong. So in this case, I was good, but he was horrible. I completely agree. You are fine. Professor was bad. So you set up a common enemy and you feel anger. That's a very common pattern. Now, again, Japan is different. Racial connection, sympathy. When somebody, and Latin America is like that too. When you fail, okay, you are a good fight, and I'll give you a hug. That pattern is very predominant. Again, Africa is a very interesting mixture of Japan and Latin America. So yeah, that's a short summary.
One more thing which I missed in this thing is the kind of a situation of power. Where you have you do the survey, and then you have these individuals like individuals without context, but there are obviously power relations within every society. So the husband abuses his wife, or the strong man who abuses his clan, and or political.
So we have to write down who the other part of life.
Those could be kind of a they are significant ideological producers. They are they have interest in gaslighting the others in terms of justifying their failure. I do it for the family or I do it for the community, and so this type of narrative, could be, justifying all sorts of, all sorts of abuse. Like, for example, I give you, okay, so here, I mean, I criticize, let's say, somebody within the community, the university, as the management says, oh, we are family, we need to have a harmony. So it's like, they have this great concept as yin and yang, yeah. So somebody is always yin and somebody's always yang. Somebody always has to, swallow the bitter pill. So the thing is, that, with this type of, somebody's interested in producing this type of ideology. So somebody's interested in producing this type of ideology in Africa too, not only in Asia. So the question is, maybe within this type of situations, are there any differences? For example, with at least gender differences.
In this particular case, we found very little gender. Now, those are very, abstract situations. Something good happened to you, something bad happened to somebody close to you. Now, so we are not sure, just no way we can tell exactly what kind of situations or events people have in mind. At least we ask them to write down who they have in mind. And predominant response was a classmate or student and co-worker in online adult. So beyond that, really you need to do more, focused, contextualized investigation. So I'm sure there's a lot of variation when it comes to specific person members, specific kind of situations they had in mind, and so on. And maybe, some of these patterns might reflect cultural differences in the type of situations people tend to think about when, presented with a question. So all that.
Hi, Professor. Thank you so much for the exciting talk. I have two questions. The first one, direct at the first study. I know you looked into the positive emotions regarding engaging and disengaging emotions. I'm wondering if there were any significant findings regarding negative emotions, because those might be the marker of, let's say, the healthy sense of competition from the capitalist cycle of competition we've seen. That's my first question. My second question is that I understand that the majority of sub-Saharan Africa is patriarchal culture, but there are significant tribal differences. So I'm wondering if there are results from, let's say, matriarchal tribal roots areas that show like differences in the self-control.
Yeah. Well, first of all, regarding negative emotions, at least I covered something, patterns are very complicated. However, you tend to show relatively more guilt as opposed to anger when you fail. When somebody fails in Africa, you tend to show a more sympathy or connection emotions rather than anger. So those are very general, abstract. The results are much more nuanced. So at least we tested.
Were there any negative emotions shown when there is success happening to in-group members?
Oh yeah. When success is happening to in-group members, people generally show more connection, feeling friendly, compassion or friendly feeling good for you, those kind of emotions. And that happened in Africa too, but in Africa, there's greater tendency to feel proud and feel high self-esteem when somebody is succeeding. Now, tribe question is very interesting. You know, we did whatever we could to represent different groups as broadly as possible. So at least most studies are using college students and online sample, but at least one big segment of the study data, about 2,000 of them, are coming from real community data sample, you know, recruited by using snowballing method. You know, when you answer, you are asked to introduce somebody else you know. So at least that's how we try to address, you know, representativeness or applicability of these findings to a broad range of groups. Now, one really interesting finding, I think, was the absence of obvious diversity in Africa in this measure. You know, one limitation, don't quote me to the reviewers, just in case if you happen to be a reviewer, you forget. But one limitation here is that we tested only, you know, British colonies, each British colony, for simple practical reasons. You know, we can use the US. And we know that by no means UK was benign colonization, what they had. This said, some colonizers are more awful. You know, contemporary African culture colonized by France, for example, are not doing as well. So interesting question is whether the same pattern would apply to those countries. You know, we haven't done it yet. But just looking at this measure of homogeneity, Africa is clearly homogeneous in comparison to cross-cultural zone diversity. So, you know, I didn't emphasize it, but that's something, you know, I feel good about. Just we did enough to recruit diverse samples from multiple countries, 5 of them, and show that they're very similar. So we covered East Africa, West Africa, and South Africa. Now our data are not covering Central Africa. That's where it is.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first session of our seminar. The session is titled Cultural Dimensions. We have 2 speakers. First, Professor Anneli Casa and Plamen Akalainski. We will have around 30 minutes for each presentation. After each of them, you will be able to ask questions. And after that, we will have the lunch break. First of all, we have Professor Anneli Casa. She is Professor of Social and Cultural Studies in Economics at the School of Economics and Business Administration, University of Tartu, Estonia. She holds a PhD in Economics from the same university. She's the head of the Chair of Economic Theory and teaches courses about higher mathematics, economic theory, cultural context for economics and business, and human behavior from the perspective of economic theory. Her current research is mainly about cultural differences, conceptualizing and measuring cultural dimensions, and relationships of culture with other social and economic phenomena. So please, Professor Anneli, the floor is yours.
Okay, good at that. So hello, I'm Marigata from Estonia, which is a small country next to Russia, and we have big animals, wolves running in our boats like moose and bears and uh, so, uh, but uh, but yeah, to today's question, how many dimensions do we need? So as I'm quite in the beginning of this conference, I can allow me some introductory slides. Where should I? We can. That's fine. Okay, let's hope it woke up. So, what is culture? Flamen already mentioned this, but I have also a very good picture that we have a lot that is above water that we can see and observe. But what we are about today mostly, I believe, is what is underwater. Here are also some definitions, mainly, but I mean when I say culture, it's about different values, beliefs, attitudes, norms, etc. I call them elements of culture. And how to measure all this? Well, a common method has been lately that we believe that we can talk about dimensions, so that basically every country is a point in a multidimensional space. Of course, now the question is, what are those dimensions? How I would explain it is that we kind of try to group those elements of culture with different methods. They might be very sophisticated. But in the end, what we do, we actually group those elements based on how those elements behave. Like, are they present in some countries, maybe not present in some other countries, maybe more relevant in some than others. And when we have those groups, we call them dimensions. The problem is, of course, we have a lot of them. This is from 2009. 121 instruments. Instrument means set of dimensions. And that was 10 years ago. So probably now we have even more. But I believe it isn't reasonable to think that every dimension adds something unique to our knowledge. So it's rather that it is still about those same cultural elements, same cultural space. And of course, well, our human mind is not able to grasp all those dimensions anyway. And why do we have so many is that all those studies are based on different data. Maybe just a little bit different, but it still makes a difference so that we can have another dimension called with another name. And of course, now the question is, how are those all related to each other? And this is the journey I have made in last years with my colleagues. And I'm calling it trilogy, my exploration of how how those different models and different dimensions, how they relate to each other, I will give you a very brief overview. And I will show you only pictures and no numbers. So what do we know based, or maybe I would say, what do I know? What do I believe at the moment? So this is based on theoretical conceptual analysis of three very well-known models. And this is based on the assumption that basically we could assume that every model covers pretty much evenly with their axis the cultural space. And now we could align, we could rotate those disks so that we could align similar dimensions above each other. Of course, I can't show you them above each other to you. They are around each other at the moment, but this is the idea. Now, if we take those models for which we have up-to-date data at the moment, so we are not talking about box, but we are not talking about words. Then apparently it is possible to show that those models are kind of rotations of each other. So we can take one model, we can rotate the axis, and we can take another model. Well, of course, it is a little bit of a simplification. I forgot to tell you also that here, for example, there are also some simplifications. Of course, one of them is that if you remember, Schwartz had 7 value orientations, but here one of the biggest one covering the biggest sector in his model is split into 2. Like conservatism and embeddedness are separate here, and this actually enables us to put it all in this very symmetrical picture. So let's move on. The connecting element of those 2 schemes is Engelhardt's model, Engelhardt's axis, because they are present, they have survived, and they are shown with bright green on this figure. And then you can see that on the right figure, right scheme, there is no evidence of Schwartz. So then I also tried to understand how the Schwartz elements fit into the picture. Again, I will keep all the details, but what I have from here, I have a figure that puts very many keywords, very many cultural elements onto the background of those well-known theoretical models. For me, it is very useful because every time I have to figure out something, like explain to someone about something, then I will consult this figure. And this is the same thing, but this is on the background of those new models. But of course, this is my understanding at the moment. And well, we do not know whether this understanding is comparable to the world view, how people understood how the world map looks like this, or is it a little bit better? I'm pretty sure it's not. So this is what we have to remind us, that this is what we know at the moment, and Probably we do not know. Anyway, let's not forget that, yes, for us, for example, today's presenter, culture is a very interesting research topic. But society, funders maybe, what do they expect from us is explanation, how cultural differences to be explained, something like something economic, social, political indicator, something like that. And this is why we do this in some sense. And now for that, we need tools. So how many dimensions? At the moment, I would dare to say that at the moment, I think in most situations, 2 dimensions might be enough. 2 dimensions is very useful choice because usually we present our ideas on 2-dimensional space, be it on paper or on display or on screen. It's 2-dimensional. It's very, very easy to put 2 dimensions. And it's very easy to draw cultural maps, for example. Of course, we have good examples. We have Inglehart model, which has survived for a long time. We have Minkov's revision of Hofstede, which also has 2 dimensions. We have, I don't know if you know, Agner Fox's work, but he has done a meta-analysis of different cultural dimensions, and the result was also 2 dimensions. And the middle article I showed you, the meta-analysis, that also gave the result that if you take word value survey data, pick as many items as possible to cover the cultural space, then actually we get 2 factors. If we ask for 3 or 4, the variance explained by 3rd and 4th and so on factor is much lower. So they do not add much to our knowledge. Yes, but which do no. And I have heard a notion that there is a default model of culture. So is there something like that? One article that actually mentioned even I think that notion is that we published with Nisha Minkov. And what he did, he took he called them objective indicators like political, social, economic indicators, and the factor analysis got 2 factors. The data are from that article, and yes, voila. Those 2 factors, they correlated quite well with Minkov's revision of Hofstede. So yes, very, very good correlation. But I did just for this presentation, I picked random indicators from my SPSS database that has evolved through the years. Some indicators are similar, some are added, some are missing. This is again kind of like random choice. And I got 2 factors, and they are pretty well correlated with this Minkov's revision, but equally well correlated with Inglehart dimensions And this is, honestly, this is pure coincidence. They are best correlated with the dimensions I created from the Telus survey. But my point is that we can take those social indicators reflecting social life, and we can explain them with pretty much every decent two-dimensional model. So I wouldn't say we have default model. And I also wanted to show you two figures. Those are results of analysis that are also not published. I have shown them in many conferences. I actually made them for showing to my students in my course. This is the first one. What do we have here? We have those two-dimensional models. So every set of axes with different color, and with violet color, we have different indicators from social life, and this is based on multidimensional scaling analysis plus correlation analysis. And basically, those terms in violet, they are placed closest to the axis, to the pole of one axis with what they are most correlated. This is the idea. So what dimension would explain best which phenomenon? I will not go through this very deeply, but maybe you notice that everything that is related to entrepreneurial intentions, believing in myself, for example, this is related to monumentalism, being proud of oneself. And by the way, if you take the actual entrepreneurial activity that has survived, that one is not related to any cultural dimension at all. What is related is only perception about my ability to be an entrepreneur. And this is the second I wanted to show you. This is about the quality of life indicators. Maybe what I would have to explain is that with the darkest color, I have objective indicators of quality of life. This is something we could measure. And then we have subjective perception of quality of life up there. And this is in a totally different phase. And then what we have still, then we go to the left, we have basically what we have this subjective perception corrected by objective situation, which means this is kind of like the pure optimism or pure pessimism about your situation. And again, we can see this is again related to monumentalism. So this is about how do I feel? Do I feel proud of my situation? But we have all sorts of different problems scattered all around the figure. So basically, we could say every culture has its own problems. But my main point is that here and here we can see that those objective indicators, they are scattered around a certain place. So again, we can't say that there is one set of axes that works. And this is my conclusion that 2 dimensions are enough in most situations maybe I will also explain that if we would want those dimensions to explain something, some other phenomenon, we would probably use regression analysis or some kind of uh, something that has been developed from regression analysis. If we would put more than two dimensions in it, we would have multiple collinearity issue anyway. So this is also one reason why I argue that two dimensions might be usually enough, but the question is which dimension. And now this is where I would say that in different situations, in different research problems, different sets of dimensions might be used. And I wouldn't say we have a default model yet. So I think this, yeah, no other slides. So this is all from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation and also the time management. So now we have around 10 minutes for questions before continuing with the second presentation. Okay, some hands.
The availability of such multicultural data, both the subjective measures that we take and also the objective measures that are now becoming available, raises this fascinating question that you alluded to at the end, that the subjective impressions of where our society is on these objectively noticeable problems like suicide, drug addiction, and so forth, are in a different location on the two dimensions. How can we begin to explain this phenomenon? And are we psychologists going to be put out of business by the objective sociologists in the group? Because we're seem to be chasing an epiphenomenon, right? Some kind of mirage that is not mapping onto existential reality. Am I making sense here?
I'm not sure I got it fully, but yeah, this is for me. This is kind of like philosophical question, and maybe also this is maybe a political question. Do we care about what is the real situation, or do we care about how people feel about it? Because I have also run some analysis, and it is very clear that how people feel about the government making people's incomes more equal. Do they think government should do it or not? This is absolutely not related to any Gini coefficient. This might be related to how big is the difference between ideal situation and the actual situation of how people, but it is strongly dependent on what people regard as normal. And this is the question also for if we would have to provide something for politicians, then actually we have to say, you see, this is the real situation, but this is how people feel about it. Now decide what is important. I don't know. Maybe I didn't answer your question.
Two questions, Emma, and then
I have two questions in my question, but I'll do it very fast. The first one is a statistical question. I'm wondering if you're doing factor analysis all the time, and if you have different results and you use multidimensional scale. If you haven't, it's totally fine. I'm just totally outside. And then my other question is whether you have some theories about why those two dimensions exist.
Which dimensions?
Those two.
Like two in a very broad sense, you know.
Yeah,
Of,
or like maybe why did they evolve or why?
oh, you mean like content wise?
Why did they appear?
Well, because
I don't know. It's interesting that we're not communicating this question. Why are they there? Where did they come from?
yeah, this is why I'm writing a grant application for 5 years already to be able to understand this. So this is a €1 million question in a very direct sense. But actually, I have done for many times factor analysis and multidimensional scaling for the same data, and they are giving us pretty much the same result. The only trouble is that if you use, for example, Schwartz used IPSA-type data, and now if you use non-IPSA-type data, then it might be that your factor analysis gives a totally different result. I'm working on that. I'm wanting to publish something very soon. So this is a heads up.
Sebastian, this one would you cover? Hello. Yeah, just real quick. So when you put those graphs over there, I have done dimensional reduction, so I don't know what they mean. But are you strongly making the assumptions based on model assumptions instead of theoretical assumptions? Let me be very clear here. Like if we say there's no correlation between joy and duty, this is orthogonal idea, right? This is what what you're trying to say. So basically, you're saying that there's no correlation between the two.
Are correlated because they are two poles of the same axis.
They're not orthogonal.
No, orthogonal means that there is a 45-degree angle.
You say that there is.
Well, I'm saying that joy and duty, they are on the same axis. They are two ends of the same axis. And this means that if joy is very high, then duty is very low. This is the idea. And orthogonal to this one is this blue individualism collectivism.
Oh, now I can understand better. So that's why these two were there. Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Anneli. That's fascinating. So it seems like, yeah, 2 dimensions might be enough, especially if we zoom out now. But I wonder, during your really thorough explorations, you have had some hints about some 3rd dimension, maybe lurking somewhere in the dark. And as our data continues to get richer and richer, so both for cultural dimensions and also for different societal indicators, then could there be something that we're missing?
Something really new. No, I don't think so. Because I think it's still about the same things we already know of. It's only about how do we organize them. Because in the end, all those things that I'm showing you, these are not like chemical elements that are somewhere out there and we have to discover them. These are tools for us to make sense how people think in different countries. What is the mind of the people? How do they solve different social situations, some problems? So this is rather about that. Yes, we can find a meaningful way you organize those things into three dimensions. I wouldn't say that is not possible. But I haven't seen an analysis that has convinced me yet at the moment. Because, for example, if you use WordVelo's survey data, we might get the third dimension, but that is then rather about left-right understanding or something like more political, more about conservatism, more about I don't know, something like that. But this is not so much about culture because it is situation dependent. Depends on what is the political situation at the moment in the country. But I wouldn't say no. Might be.
Thank you for the presentation. I have one question. Have you tried to see if these dimensions appear beyond survey or beyond surveys? I mean, in other type of cultural expressions like culture or literature, or I've seen some analysis of this kind of and it would be like a good way to validate the dimensions because at the end we are focusing all the time on what people express. So the implications could be.
Yeah, I understand, and I completely agree that this is a very interesting field to explore, and well, this is kind of also something that, of course, this is a very huge field because it would mean qualitative analysis of huge amount of data. But if someone will be able to do it, for nowadays we have AI and so on, so it might be possible. I know there are already some works that have analyzed like this happening in Facebook, for example, and so on. So yes, this is something I definitely would recommend, but I haven't done it. I know it.
Now we have the second presentation of the session. I guess you all know him, but in case you don't, I have to introduce him. So our next speaker is Plamen Kapelansky. He is a comparative culturologist whose research explored how cultural affairs change over time and impact society. He is an assistant professor in the Department of Sociology and Social Policy at Lingnan University. And he is a case study for this conference because he got his PhD at the University of Oslo. He also did a postdoctoral fellowship at Keio University in Japan, in the University Carlos III de Madrid. And also he previously worked in Berlin and also in Maastricht University and Hong Kong Polytechnic University. So Plamen, please, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone, again. Thank you for the wonderful introduction. I'm glad I scheduled my presentation after Annelies because she provides such a wonderful introduction to cultural dimensions. So my presentation will focus on one of these two dimensions, two big dimensions that she mentioned, namely individualism, collectivism, which is probably the most important dimension that distinguish modern cultures. As you can imagine, that's a huge topic, and I have been working already for several years with my collaborator, Vivian Vigneault, Christian Welzel, and Mikko Minkov on this project, and we are very close now to finally publishing it. It's really a very big project, and unfortunately I have only 20 minutes, so I'm going to focus on some of the key points here. Okay, so I have given this talk many times, probably too many, and I apologize to many of you who have listened once or more than once. I very often begin my talk with surveying my audience about two questions. So the first one, what is the most individualist culture in the world? the second one are East Asian cultures collectivists. And I very much know the answers that they will give me, and they basically never surprise me. So no matter where I gave this talk. And now I'm not going to do this survey again to save time. And instead, I'm going to use the cumulative wisdom of the almost entire written knowledge of humanity, also known as ChatGPT, and ask these two questions. And again, so this was the answer that I typically get. The United States is widely recognized as the most individualist culture globally, consistently, and please note this word, consistently scoring highest on individualism in cross-cultural research, particularly Hofstadter studies. And the second answer, yes, East Asian cultures, including China, Japan, and South Korea, are generally considered highly collectivist. And again, note, highly collectivist, not just collectivist. Now, in our research, we question this common views about the variability in this cultural dimension. But now let's first see where the evidence actually comes from in support of these common views. And these are the scores provided by Gerhard Hofstadter, whom I praised in my introduction, I think also for good reasons. So he provided the first quantification of culture. But these scores are based on data that was collected around 1970. And here indeed, we see the United States scores #1. And it's followed by other so-called English-speaking countries like Australia, United Kingdom, New Zealand, and so on. And indeed, also Confucian East Asian societies score highly collectivist. However, with the exception of Japan, which even based on that old data, scores among the more individualist societies. So we want to see whether that is true, and how do we test whether something is true? I mean, we need to go first to some epistemological foundations, and we went to Hofstadter's own foundation. So he wrote, culture doesn't exist, and values don't exist, and dimensions don't exist. You know, they're constructs that have to prove their usefulness, but their ability to explain and predict behavior. So just as Anneli said, so how do we argue scientifically about the nature of something that doesn't exist? So we have some tools to validate and to find out whether these dimensions are actually real. So one of them that Hofstadter has suggested is to replicate it using other data sources. And Anneli showed that many of these dimensions actually replicate, of course, to different extent using different data sources. And the second one is their ability to explain other social outcomes or behaviors. This is what Anneli also did. In other words, just as she did, we do correlational analysis with other data. Okay, so we need to choose other data is actually conceptually related to what individualism collectivism is supposed to measure. And this is Hofstadter's own definition. So in other individualist cultures, ties between individuals are loose. Everyone is expected to look after him, herself, and her immediate family. And collectivist cultures, the opposite. Individuals from birth onwards are integrated into strong cohesive in-groups, often extended families with uncles, aunts, and grandparents that continue protecting them in exchange for unquestioning loyalty and oppose our. So I'm not going to go into definitional details here, but let's say that this is more or less a widely accepted definition of individualism and collectivism. And this is one that we mostly agree with. What we question, however, is whether these are inherent features of Western and Eastern cultures, respectively. And are all Western cultures categorically individualist, and can non-Western cultures become individualist as well? Okay, so to this exploration, we want to go also to the theory about what explains difference in individualism and collectivism. and social scientists from Durkheim and Weber and Marx to Hofstede, Schwartz, and Engelhardt to most contemporary scholars all agree that these differences are related to the level of socioeconomic development of societies. So basically, when resources are scarce and survival is precarious, people need their in-groups for their survival. When societies develop, there are more resources, survival can be taken for granted. Individuals don't need their in-group for their survival. They can break free and live their life as they wish, as long as they don't harm others. So Hofstede, however, had a strong belief that once he discovered these dimensions, these core are going to remain accurate even at present, because even if cultures change, it is so in parallel, so the difference will be just exactly the same. Of course, there is abundance already of evidence that that's not the case. So there is a lot of cultural change and it's not in parallel. Very recent paper published in Nature or Science as Communication maybe shows the emergence of values using word value survey. And we can especially question this assumption when it comes to East Asia, which has experienced a tremendous economic growth over the last 55 years when the data was collected. So this is a picture of Seoul at the time Hofstede's data was collected. South Korea was one of the poorest countries in the whole world. And this is a picture of Seoul now. And South Korea is one of the wealthiest countries in the world. What a transformation, right? And so can we really believe that the values of people living in this environment are the same as those living here? I think we have good reasons to question that. And this is only one of the reasons why we believe there might be some inaccuracies in Hofstede's scores. So data was collected 55 years ago, subsequent change is not in parallel. Second, this data comes from IBA employees, and they obviously don't represent the entire nations. A widely unrecognized fact is that originally there were only scores for 40 countries. Afterwards, Hofstede relaxed his own data quality criteria, and he added 10 more countries, so 50. And then the remaining scores are mostly of unknown origin. So some of them are based on replications, and others are estimates by experts, or so-called guesstimates. So not real data. Another issue is that there were only 20 languages in which this survey was conducted. And basically in all Asian societies, these surveys were conducted in English, aside from Japan, where it was in Japanese. And as you may know, English is still not widely spoken in many of these countries, even now. And probably the biggest problem is the question about face validity of the items measuring individual collectivism. And many people are shocked when they actually see the 6 items on which this gold standard measure of individualism and collectivism are based on. So especially shocking is the collectivism side. So these are 3 items: have training opportunity to improve your skills and learn new skills, have good physical working conditions, good ventilation and lighting, adequate workspace, fully use your skills and ability on the job. So does this have anything to do with strong in-group ties, as Hofstede describes it? Seems not. And many people have noted that, including Hofstede himself, also admit that these are obviously not the best items to measure this dimension. So what we want to do first is to compare Hofstede's individualism index with some of the more recent measures of the same dimension or highly similar dimensions. So those that are conceptually have been recognized as measuring very similar, including analyst research. And we rescaled all of them. Sorry. We scaled all of them to vary between 0 and 100, and we average them into a combining realistic set. So first, we want to see how they correlate with each other. And we find that indeed, hostess index correlate pretty strongly with all of the newer measures. So on average, 0.72. However, all the 6 newer measures correlate much more strongly with each other. So that's on average 0.86. So here, that's the first indication that there is some difference. More importantly, we want to see whether there are any systematic differences, systematic deviations of some groups of countries. And again, we focus on English-speaking countries and East Asian countries. So here is the ICE line, means that all countries above the line are overestimating hosted scores, and below the line are underestimated. So all the English-speaking country scores were overestimated, and that, especially for US, by more than 40 points on a 100-point scale. And the scores for all East Asian countries were underestimated. That includes Japan, which was already above the average. That's 18 points. Now, remember what ChatGPT said, that US scores consistently highest on individualism. It seems so demonstrably wrong, because it's only in hosted scores measures that it scores the highest. In all the others, it does not. So instead, it's typically Nordic countries, especially Sweden, was scored more individualist. Okay, so the first way to figure out whether this dimension is accurate, we can put a question mark or even fail, because it does replicate, but not as well as it should. Then let's look at the other. So how well it can explain other social outcomes. And a valid measure of individualism, collectivism, we believe should correlate strongly with measures of socioeconomic development, like Human Development Index, GDP per capita, and also with human rights and rule of law, with lack of corruption, and with democracy. So these are suggested also by Hofstede himself and all other theorists. So again, we find a strong correlation, or moderate to strong, in Hofstede's dimension with these indicators, but much stronger with the others. So again, Hofstede's dimension underperforms. So given these issues, we decided that it's time to create a new cultural dimension of individualism, collectivism, which is based on the World Value Survey data, which is what Hofstede himself has actually recommended, because when he started, the IBM data was the best, the richest, the only available, basically. But now we have the World Value Survey, which provides enormous amount of nationally representative data, which with much better quality, which was especially designed to capture cultural differences. So we use the last 2 waves in combination with the European Value Study. We have 1,700 respondents per country, 102 countries representing 88% of the global population. We select 29 items that measure conceptually this dimension. We scale them to vary between 0 and 100, aggregate them at the national level. They group into 6 thematic sub-indices, and when we average them, we have the total individualism, collectivism. So this is the conceptual model of our dimension. So our focus is on the way societies treat individuals, whether that is really as individuals or as group members. Respectively, we have 3 facets, and these are personal freedom versus conformity to traditional group norms, equality among individuals versus discrimination based on social positions or group membership, and tolerance of these differences versus exclusion of minorities, strangers, and deviants. Unfortunately, I won't be able to go through the 29 items that we selected, but I would just say these have far better traceability than Hofstede's index. And moreover, within each subindex, they show high internal consistency, as the high alphas indicate. And then when we combine them together, we also have an alpha of 0.92. And these are our new scores for 122 countries. So I think from a first glance, you can see that this is not an East-West dimension. So indeed, Western countries score high on individualism, but this is a far more gradual and not categorical distinction. And it's more related to level socioeconomic development, and less wealthy countries in any continent, including Europe, score higher on collectivism, as we would expect. The most collectivistic countries are Africa, Middle East, and South Asia. And the most individualist are the Nordic countries, with first one is Sweden. So US is individualist, but it's far from leading this ranking. So it's number 18. And then closely followed by Japan, 20 other wealthy East Asian societies like Hong Kong, 23. And basically all other East Asian societies score higher than average on individualism, including China, which is the most collectivist, but it's still ranked 42. So this presents a lot more nuanced picture, which we believe it's much closer to reality. And then in case you still think that you may guess the level of individualism, collectivism of a nation based on people's skin color, well, I think you might be wrong, because see where my country, Bulgaria, scores. It's ranked 59. Okay, so next we want to see whether we can validate this index also using nomological network analysis and convergent validity analysis. So we compare how strongly our index correlates with these 28 societal indicators and 6 other cultural dimensions, and how strongly Hofstede. So if the point estimate is above the line, that means our index did better. And that's the case in 100%. So especially when we correlate with other measures of individualism, collectivism, the correlations tend to be above 90.19. Then lastly, we also want to see whether we can predict individualism, collectivism, using some predictors that are known in the literature. So we did that in 2 rounds. So first we focused on contemporary indicators of development, such as GDP per capita, educational attainment, fragile state index, and employment in services. And we predict about 85% of the variation in our index. So it's pretty good. And then in Hofstede's, we predicted 0.52. So there is a lot of variation that remains unknown. And part of where this comes from is when we include dummy variables for English speaking and Confucian East Asian countries, we see that this country with these regions don't score where they're supposed to based on their level of development. So all the scores of the English speaking countries are overestimated by more than 20 points, and all the scores of the Confucian East Asian countries are underestimated by more than 20 points. And we did the same with historical predictors and ecological predictors of individualism and collectivism that are well known in the literature. So this is cool waters index, distance from nearest agrarian center, historical pathogen load, Western family patterns in 1850, and kinship density index. So again, we predict points. So 87% of the variation in our index versus 61 in ours. Again, we find no deviation when predicting our index of East Asian English-speaking societies, but we do so among English-speaking. So again, highly overestimated scores. So time is up. Key takeaway, and before that one, side note, noting that the use of individualism, collectivism in the literature has been sharply increasing over time. So people continue using it, but they continue misunderstanding the cultural variation in this index. And Hofstede's individualism, collectivism score have contributed to this misclassification of entire groups of countries. So particularly the English-speaking countries, highly collectivist, highly individualist, and East Asian as highly collectivist. So individualism, collectivism has been commonly viewed as East versus West dimension, instead of as dimension distinguish countries at different level of socioeconomic development, as the theory suggests. To move forward, we suggest we should de-essentialize cultural diversity. As Professor Kitayama also mentioned, we should move beyond simple boundaries. So these are appealing to many people, but their realities were way more complex. And of course, we should update our measures and theories based on more recent data and evidence. And bonus takeaway point, particularly for my students, please don't trust everything ChatGPT tells us. So thank you very much. Look forward to your questions.
Hey, thank you, Plamen. Now we have around 8 minutes for questions.
Thank you very much. Very, very interesting. I've been always so skeptical about the Hofstede. And the only reason I had for this skepticism was those very weird set of items. But you added some additional reasons why I need to be skeptical. So that's very useful. But when I looked at those items, this applies to Inohara too. My suspicion always was that those people, researchers, those are pioneers. So I don't like to give the impression that I'm saying bad things about them. The only way to make a progress is to identify items to differentiate between kind of extreme groups. That's what people do when you identify items to classify people as on some psychiatric disorders. So in this case as well, they must have run some kind of manual machine learning analysis of identifying items that differentiate, Western societies from the rest, and use that index to order all the remaining societies. That's my suspicion. I don't know. Of course, I didn't ask this extremely impolite question to, those people, including Inohara, a colleague of mine. But otherwise, just those selection of those items made no sense to me. And almost your presentation seemed to validate this. You are polite enough not to say it, but do you agree with this assessment?
Yes. So this line of criticism, it's well familiar to me. And
That's not necessarily a criticism, because whenever you have to start doing something new, you have to find something that differentiates obviously X and obviously non-X. So I'm not saying that this is problematic. This is the only way you can make progress. So that's okay. But as a consequence of this, there could be some bias.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And that's why I think we need validation techniques. So as I mentioned, with other sources of data, also through nomological network analysis, we have various objective measures of societies, like those that I mentioned here, like rule of law and perception of corruption and democracy index. So there are hundreds of different indicators basically, and we can use this to validate this dimension to see whether we are actually measuring something real and also something that actually matters. I mean, to say that rule of law is not a meaningful societal difference will be a nonsense. I mean, we can devise cultural dimensions that seem empirically coherent and look fine, but if they don't predict something that actually matters, some really tangible societal differences, then they will be useless. And so when it comes to these dimensions, I mean, we can see that, yeah, they distinguish between Western and non-Western societies, but actually our point is that it's not exactly like that. I mean, Japan is not a Western society, but it's developed and it scores much closer to Western societies than to China.
Electoral component is well, economic development. So as a consequence, many of the items used to for this purpose, differentiating between West and the West, may be related to wealth. And that could begin to explain why some East Asian countries are classified as individuals. Now, I think this line of reasoning raised interesting question of what it is. Is there anything like individualism aside from wealth? That's question.
Yeah. So, I mean, first of all, I'll be very surprised if cultural differences are not related to wealth. I mean, I cannot imagine that. I mean, cultural difference come from somewhere, and the wealth and the level of development societies is the most obvious reason for that. But having said that, I mean, obviously, East Asian cultures, they're about equally developed as many Western societies, but they don't have the same culture. So we're not talking about just one dimension. So individualism, collectivism is probably most closely related to level of development, but also other cultural dimensions, Anli and others have pointed out. So that doesn't imply that also that these societies that actually have the same cultures. The other thing is, yeah, what predicts individualism, collectivism? Is it only wealth? Probably not. I mean, we're actually working together with Anli and Minkoff on this, and yeah, the paper is close to being published. And we actually use historical agricultural types as predictors of individualism, collectivism. And we compare it to major other theories, including Joseph Henrichs, Christian Church, and Chris Welzel, Cool Water Index, and others. And we find a strong support of this agricultural types. So, but unlike some other authors who have suggested that it's rice agriculture that might be related to collectivism, we find that rice agriculture is not. So it's particularly dairy farming that was practiced in Northern Europe, parts of North America, that was especially conducive to individualism, and then herding and slash and burn agriculture. How do we exactly call this? So kind of. Sorry. Yeah, slash and burn agriculture. That was more close to to collectivism.
Let's have one more question.
Thank you for a very interesting presentation. But it also made me think of something with a relation to wealth. It's like the individualism, collectivism, more individualistic countries are more wealthy. And there's the question has two parts. One is how will it change over time? Because now some countries are becoming more wealthy, others less. And also differences within countries. What's noticed now when the economy is going down, people become less tolerant towards immigrants, towards homosexuality, etc. That's related to your items. So how do you see the relationship between wealth and individualism, collectivism, and what will be the future? So it's
Okay, well, I think we need many more grants to to do this research. I mean, of course, we have been very, very interested in this. I mentioned this paper by Jackson and Medvedev that was published recently. It shows that cultures have been changing and they have been diverging. So Western countries continue on this more emancipative, individualistic track, while the rest of the world seems to be lagging behind. And so the gap between the more developed and the less developed have been widening. I'd love to do a lot more exploration into this topic and how we've been changing. And also regional cultural difference, that's another huge line of research that many colleagues are pursuing. And it's very, very fascinating. And we're going to discover a lot more.
We have time for one last question, Michael.
Yeah, thank you. Flamen, it was very interesting and most of what we have been doing and very much in line with what you were talking about the hosted original studies. But you're also showing that there's a lot of individualism, collectivism indices already, and that they're all highly correlated with each other. So now my question would be like, why do we need another one, a new one? And you were not showing the correlations of this new index in comparison to the others. Is yours now better? Apart from obviously it has good place validity, I can see that, and it's based on the World Value Survey data, so it's available to everybody. But yeah, maybe you can add on to that.
Yeah. So I mean, thank you. That's an excellent question. I must admit, very, very challenging because we had this a big problem. So first, because we did this research into studies, so first we want to show that hostess index actually deviates from this most recent measure, and we argue these are more accurate. And then the second half, we want to argue, well, we want to create the best measure because these have some issues. And indeed, so I mean, it is very delicate issue because I truly believe these are much, much higher quality, a lot more thorough indices, but they all have some I would say shortcomings. So I can go through them one by one. So for example, bigger scale imperative, they select only a small selection of World Value Survey items, and I want to see whether Hofstede's and Inglehart's frameworks can match together, merge together, and they did explorative analysis and they found 3 dimensions. And one of them, they decided, well, this looks like individualism, collectivism. So this was not purposefully designed individualism, collectivism. Minkov, one of my closest collaborators, I cannot say anything critical, but let's say, okay, his data was very new, but it's getting older. Now we're using the latest way for World Value Survey. Also originally had 56 countries. We have almost double that. There is an update by including with Anneliek Casa, but uses 2 different data sets. We thought that's suboptimal. Globe, it's not nationally representative. Also, all the data, 58 countries. Emancipative values, there is a strong conceptual overlap, but it's not purposely designed to measure individualism, collectivism. Same with the individualism, collectivism measure we actually created by combining the two Inglehart dimensions. So again, not optimal solution. Then autonomy embeddedness, again, rather old data. It was collected over a long time period. It was not representative. It's from teachers and students and 76 countries. So while we acknowledge that these are far better indicators than Hofstede's, they all of them have some shortcomings that we wanted to overcome. And since we wanted to, we wanted to really change the tides. So if you're going to convince everyone that Hofstadter score should be updated, we want to come with something that can really stand the ground. And that's why we work so many years on devising something that we think could be relied on.
Okay, please settle down, everyone. Thank you very much. I hope everyone had a sumptuous meal and that we are ready for our exciting discussion. For this panel, we have three speakers. But before that, I quickly searched online and it says that in order for us to fully appreciate and understand culture, we have to speak and understand language. And I would like to greet you using non-English language. So it's magandang hapon po and salamat sayang. That's Filipino and Bahasa Indonesian for good afternoon. My name is Jin. I'm a research assistant professor at the department, and it's my pleasure to moderate this panel this afternoon. So our first speaker is an associate professor in the Department of Psychology at Sun Yat-sen University and the head or director of the Social Culture and Affective Neuroscience Laboratory. His primary research areas include computational cultural neuroscience, social affective neuroscience, and interdisciplinary science for human sustainability. Without further ado, please welcome Professor Siang.
Okay, thanks for the introduction and also thanks the invitation. I'm honored to have the opportunity to share some of our thoughts of cultural omics and the recent research we have conducted. And I hope this talk can help create a good environment for everyone to take a midday nap. So I think is there no need to elaborate what culture is at this conference. For example, the two cases shown on the slide, Asian carp and eaten crabs, which are uneaten in US and UK, but in China, they are delicious food. So this reflects difference in dietary culture. A Chinese student in Germany, Liu Yang, created an booklet titled When East Meets West to showcase the differences between Eastern and Western culture. Blue represents Western culture and the red represents Eastern culture. It illustrates the many differences in how we view ourselves and how we perceive leadership and how we express our opinion, as well as in lifestyles and interpersonal relationship. In fact, culture is a topic explored in many academic disciplines, not just cultural psychology. For example, sociology and anthropology investigate cultural customs. Linguistics and communication studies examine the transmission of culture. Archaeology investigates the material heritage of culture. Nearly all social science fields, as well as some natural science disciplines, include research on culture. But many of this research rely on Western theoretical perspective. So in this study, we suggest looking at this with Eastern thinking style to guide new research about culture. So an important finding in past study on East-West cultural differences lies in thinking styles. Eastern culture tends to focus more on holistic thinking, focus on overall characteristics and the connection between objects. Western culture, on the other hand, prefer analytic thinking, paying more attention to local features and preferring to break down target into specific components or dimensions, often overlooking cost-scale influences. So this is also reflected in research methodological orientations, leading many studies to focus primarily on cultural phenotype, such as customs, behaviors, and norms, while neglecting the endophenotype or genotype representations of this complex construct of culture. So to address these limitations, some scholars has already begun to explore potential solutions. For example, Professor Zhu and Han from Peking University using functional imaging to demonstrate that when Chinese individuals think about their mothers, the medial prefrontal cortex, a brain region associated with self-processing, is also activated. This provides neural evidence supporting the interpersonal interdependent self. Further research by Professor Ma also revealed that Chinese individuals exhibit stronger temporal-parietal junction activations compared to Dennis when reflecting on the social attributes to the self. Subsequent meta-analysis have further showed that during social cognitive process, Western individuals tend to exhibit greater activations in the medial prefrontal cortex and inferior frontal gyrus, where Eastern individuals show stronger activation in the temporal parietal junction and insula. This research about the neuroscience basis of culture. Of course, cultural representation are not only in the brain level. They are also closely linked to the genetics. For example, research by Chao and also our own studies has revealed that the distribution of serotonin transporter gene and oxytocin receptor gene genotypes in populations correlates with cultural values. And also in the micro level, study by Professor Kitayama and also our team have revealed that genes such as dopamine receptor gene and oxytocin receptor gene interact with culture to shape psychological traits like social orientation and empathy. So however, although these studies attempt to explore cultural representation at a micro level, they still focus on single scale, for example, the neural scale or the genetic scale. That's similar to the behavioral level research. They suffer from a second limitation, the failure to account for culture as a complex construct that require an understanding for cost-scale interaction and high-dimensional representations. And we propose that cultural representation exhibits three key characteristics. It's distributed, network, and topological. Cultural values cannot be explained by a single brain region or single gene or single dimension. Instead, they emerge from complex network of multiple brain regions and high-dimensional cost-scale interaction. So this is the key to understand culture. Thus, we suggest studying culture from a system science perspective. Eastern culture, with their holistic thinking traditions, have already made many contributions to system science. So building on these cultural and scientific foundations, we propose a new theoretical framework that is culturomics, a shift from the reductionist single dimension view to a system science approach that reveal the high-dimensional feature of culture. The term culturomics is not our invention. It was first appeared 15 years ago by two computational semantics to describe big data textual research. However, as we said before, culture is a complex construct, so cannot be fully understood through only text. Therefore, we define culturomics as a cross-scale interdisciplinary science that study human behavior and cultural representation in higher order space. This word culturomics is a word made by combination of culture and omics. The term omics comes from genomics, which is the study of all genes in human body, not just one at a time. So the idea is that looking at the whole system gives us a better understanding of how different genes work together. Over the past 20 years, this way of studying had led to many important discoveries that help improve human health and well-being. And another more familiar example is brain connectomics, which show that the human brain forms a complex network, focusing on the unique contribution of network topological features. And additionally, in recent years, many other omics fields have developed rapidly, such as the protein omics, dry omics, and iron omics. So we propose this idea of culturomics. Simply propose the concept of culturomics is not enough. We further point out that conducting culturomics research faces two key challenges. First, we need to develop methods for cross-scale direct comparison, enable us to directly compare data ranging from the micro level, such as gene and molecules, and to micro level social and natural environment. And the second, we need method for capturing the high-dimensional representation of culture. So after reviewing methods in natural science and computational science, we propose that two approaches are particularly important for address this challenge. The first is deep neural network, and the large language model built upon them. Let's take text analysis as an example. Traditional text analysis mainly use the dictionary-based method, which research have applied to reveal many psychological characteristics. But these methods have limitations because they depend on the dictionary. So they can't study every details as well as human experts. So now with large language model, we can fix this issue. However, if we create a large language model ourselves, it's time consuming and resource intensive. You usually need to be very good at coding to build up. And they don't work as well with many different languages. So next, the open source generative large language model like ChatGPT or DeepSeek can overcome these difficulties. These models use prompting techniques to generate response based on questions you ask them. Thus, they producing interpretable results while maintaining high-dimensional neural network representations. And the second key method is representation similarity analysis. RSA focuses on the overall high-dimensional patterns between data units and can also directly compare data across different scales. For example, individual, country, nation, and also the theoretical framework. Thereby, this method can reveal features that traditional linear single-dimension analysis cannot detect it. For example, if we collect data from 4 subjects to explore the relationship between X and Y, a simple correlation calculation will find a high correlation of 0.7. However, if we examine pairwise relationship between data points and construct representation patterns for variable X and Y, you may find no similarity between these two patterns. We have applied this method in thorough study. For example, in our cooperation with Professor Bond, we construct representation similarity matrix based on individuals' trust level toward multiple different targets, reviewing the relationship between this trust profile of individual and the cultural tightness. Furthermore, the similarity between an individual's trust profile and their country's trust profile will predict the individual's happiness. And we also analyze changes in personality patterns, not one single personality dimensions among Chinese individuals, and test the role of social, cultural, economic factors in this change. And also in the COVID research, we apply this approach to reveal that the relationship between mortality rates and individualism. And also at the brain level, we reveal how brain network topological features related to holistic and analytic thinking styles. And we built a machine learning model to predict the cultural background of the individual. And also we test how oxytocin receptor gene modulates the brain network characteristics to shape their cultural values. And we also construct polygenetic scores to reveal how genes and culture jointly buffer against aversive childhood experience. Finally, to help more researchers understand how to apply RSA methods in social cultural studies, we write a methodological paper introducing RSA application in over a dozen scenarios and provide an analyzed source code. This study explores the high-dimensional representation of culture from the micro level to the macro level. However, one critical element has been missing so far is the natural environment in which we humans live. So in this study, I will now introduce an ongoing study that examines the cost scale coupling between the natural environment and human culture. That's between the weather variability and independent cultural values. This study focuses on a well-known cultural dimension. Just we talk about much this morning, individualism and collectivism. The collectivism focuses on group honor and values, value interpersonal harmony, and individualism cultures stress person autonomic and okay. So many theories has attempt to explain how the culture form. From a social economic perspective, the urbanization lead to higher individualism. And for the subsistence style theory suggests the agricultural farming force collectivism. And pathogen prevalence theory argues that higher infectious disease threats in the environment may drive the emergence of collectivism. But are these theories sufficient to explain cultural formation? Is there a more fundamental cause to propose that a deeper factor lies in the sky? Thus, we approach this study from the perspective of traditional Chinese harmony between sky and human. The Rujia and Daojiao have long emphasized this concept in Chinese traditional texts. The core idea is people don't control nature. We are part of it. To build a lasting society, we must follow nature's rules and live in balance with it. So here comes our research framework. That's harmony between sky and humans. Then we use this framework looking back at previous theories. The subsistence styles that farming makes culture more collectivism, but the underlying driver may be climate. China has a climate where the rainy season align with warm temperature, make it ideal for agricultural development. And the South China is warm and rainy, perfect for growing rice, so make it collectivism. So a recent article in Nature also point out we are facing more and more extreme weather. So it's really important to pay attention to how climate change affects us. And in this study, we introduced a novel variable, weather variability, to examine its relationship with culture. The hypothesis that high weather variability represents low environmental predictability, so individuals need to solve problems on their own. So this helps build individualism. To test this idea, we'll conduct several studies. Study one, we using agent-based modeling to create tools simulate society and see how weather and culture affect each other. And study two, we study historical ethnographic data to find links between past weather patterns and cultural traits. And study 2B, we combine the large language model to analyze the deeper connection between weather and culture. And then study 3, we connected modern data worldwide and also in China to see how weather change related to independent thinking. And study 4, we conduct lab experiment to test how weather influence people's mind. And then we conducting brain imaging study and genetic studies. And the first study, we create to simulate artificial society when all initial characteristics were the same, except for weather variability. Individuals in this society could adapt to the weather change through two ways. One is the independent self-learning strategy, and the second is the social learning strategy. And independent self-control, the self-learning strategy is driven by the independent self-control, and the social learning strategy is driven by the interdependent self-control. And after 1,000 generations of evolution, society with high weather variability has significantly higher independent cultural values compared to those with low weather variability, but there is no significant difference in interdependent cultural values. We also conduct a series of robust analyses. And next, we conduct empirical research. First, we analyze more than 2,500 motifs from more than 900 societies to explore the relationship between weather and independent cultural values in a data set reflecting pre-industrial revolution of social characteristics. And we found a positive correlation between the importance of weather and independent culture. And of course, this is just a simple linear correlation. So we also want to see if there is a high dimensional relationship between weather and culture. Therefore, we aim to incorporate large language model for analyze. However, just as this morning talk, to use large language models for data analysis, we first need to understand their psychological characteristics as human-like agents and also the bias they might inhibit. So we first measure the 84-dimensional psychological characteristics of different versions of large language model and reviewing their difference from humans. More importantly, we measured the cultural values of large language models and also the cultural stereotype and cultural bias this model will inhibit. We asked the ChatGPT to interacting with people from different countries or when they are role-playing as individuals from different countries. Based on this, we find the cultural bias and cultural stereotype of this large language model. We then develop 4-pronged strategy to reduce this bias. So based on that, we then use this large language model to conduct the large language model powered ethnography analysis, which also show a positive correlation between weather variability and independent cultural values. Next, we conduct modern cross-cultural studies. We analyze data from 15 countries globally and also collect data from each province in China. And the results show that on a global scale, weather variability is positively linked to independent cultural values, and also in the pattern similarity scale. And the same result was replicated in China. And then we conduct a priming experiment in the lab where participants were primed to feel either high or low weather variability before completing the 20-statement task, answering "Who am I?" as many times as possible in 5 minutes. And the result shows that high weather variability priming lead participants to provide more responses with a high proportion judged as reflecting independent self-type answers. This suggests that weather variability promotes independent self-construed values by increasing self-focus. So what might these behavioral findings look like at the brain level? In study 6, we collected resting state functional imaging data from over 200 participants, and also the weather variability data from their living locations. And the result identify a key brain region, ventral medial prefrontal cortex, which show relationship with weather variability across multiple brain activity and network metrics. And we further conduct mental analytic decoding of this brain region, and finding that it has been more frequently associated with belief, evaluation, and self in the past study. Of course, this study sample size is still relatively small, so our next steps is to replicate this finding in UK, use the UK Biobank data set. It has more than 500,000 person imaging data. And also we want to use multiple person EEG technology to explore how people dynamically communicate and adapt to the environment change during the human computer interaction. And additionally, we also plan to integrate the UK Biobank data, especially the home genome data, to construct polygenetic scores and explore how genes modulate individuals' environmental sensitivity. So this is still much work in progress. Let me summarize this study in 3 Chinese sentences. 文化組學交叉求索，道阻且長，行則將至，行而不絕，未來可期。So at the same time, I also want to thank all the participants, students, and the funding support. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, the floor is open for questions, and perhaps we limit it to 2 for now because for time management, proper time management. Any question from the audience? Yes, Francisco.
Thank you so much for the fascinating presentation and expose us to what these methods do. I think it's great and how they are integrated to answer one particular research question. I think that is amazing. My question is about the particular the weather variability study. In your understanding of this relationship between weather and culture, your argument is that the weather variability can actually intervene in the internalization of certain values. I mean that when if a kid or a child grows up in certain country with high level of variability, this kid will learn certain particular type of culture. Or the argument is that in countries with certain variability of the weather, individuals will activate certain value or another value depending on the weather. So the effect is in the learning of the culture or in the activation of certain value or another.
I think it's a co-evolution between the environment and the cultural values, not that one dimension influence.
I think we have a question from Professor Oliver.
Thank you. This is super interesting, and the methodological diversity here is incredible. Very, very cool stuff. So, I mean, the patterns are the patterns, and they're really compelling. But I'm sort of struggling with the theory here. And the question earlier was a really interesting. I was wondering about that too. But I also had another question though. Is like, so your argument is that in high variability, you see more independent selves. And maybe I didn't fully grasp the logic there, but it seems to me that one could also argue the opposite, in the sense that if I live in an environment where there's a lot of variability, like weather variability, and I'm not used to it, I don't know what to wear, I don't know where to hide, I don't know if I'm wearing the right socks or not, right? I would actually really rely on other people, that kind of thing. I mean, it's funny because I actually originally from Singapore. When I moved to the US, I was like, oh my God, this is like really ridiculous. I don't know how to deal with the weather. And I tried to copy what people were doing. I failed all the time. Maybe I'm just stupid. I don't know, right? But it just sounds to me that there could be an opposite theoretical argument. So I'm not fully understanding the variability leading to a more independent self. Like, what is the logic there?
Here is our logic for our hypothesis. The hypothesis, high weather variability represent a low environmental predictability. So individuals should adapt to this environment, such as weather. So they may have different strategy to adapt to this environment. One strategy may be driven by independent self, that's self-learning. You directly test your behavior with the environment. And the second strategy may be social learning. You can learn to adapt to the environment through your colleague, your family, and others. So we test these two hypotheses throughout our study. For example, in our agent-based modeling, we have these two adaptive strategy, but the result revealed that the social learning strategy were not that efficient in most of the case. And most robust result is that independent driven self-learning could be a adaptation strategy here.
Yeah, I think I got it now. I mean, I see the argument. Well, although I guess, I mean, I'm still wondering about whether there are certain domains where you might actually see it actually quite useful to just learn from others, especially if the cost of learning is high, right? I mean, I'm not gonna go out there, without clothes into the winter storm and hey, I'm gonna try it out and see if I could deal with this or not, right? And so I get the argument now. Cool.
Thank you very much. I hate to be the time police, but we have to proceed. If you have questions, we have coffee break after this. So please reserve it. So while the next speaker is checking the PowerPoint, I would like to introduce him. He's the head of research at the Culture Factor Group and is a scholar at the Free University of Amsterdam who focuses on organizational culture and computational linguistics as measurement alternatives to survey. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Michael Schuckner.
Talk about a different topic. What national culture dimensions course for individuals tell us about people and countries. And actually the sessions in the morning were already a great introduction, and it saves me a great deal of time that I don't need to introduce many things I'm going to show. So, but before we get started, I would like to introduce myself. So my name is Michael Schuckner. I'm head of research at the Culture Factor Group. We're based in Helsinki, Finland. Yeah, I'm in charge of the research projects that the Culture Factor Group gets involved in and the tool development with various tools for measuring organizational culture and cultural preferences. And I'm also, yeah, affiliated with VU Amsterdam. And yeah, and through these research projects, it has led into several academic publications. And yeah, I'd also like to say a few words about the company, the Culture Factor Group. So we are a culture and strategy advisory, and we're translating academic concepts on culture into business applications. And this is important for me also to emphasize. So our USP basically is to stay close to academia, and that's why we have also chosen to go along with the current research. And we have also, for example, updated the individualism collectivism index based on new research insights, so that the people who go to our website get the latest data. And yeah, just to say something also about the website. So the Culture Factor Group is the website that has the country comparison tool, where you can compare countries on the 6D model, and it's visited over 2 million times, but it has more than 2 million unique visitors per year. So it's one of the primary sources for students and practitioners to access cultural data. Yeah. And further, yeah, we are spread out. Well, we're based in Helsinki, but we're spread out all over the world through associated practitioners and a few country offices. We are also based in Africa. That's why it was interesting to hear something about Africa. And actually, this presentation was co-made with one of my research analysts who is based in Nigeria. Yeah, so what we're working with, and what is actually also my core research area, is organizational culture, where we have a different model that we're applying. And then there's ICM, it's intercultural management, based on the Hofstede 6D model, which you can find on the website. Then we have consumer culture intelligence, which is basically providing granular data for consumer segments, so you can adapt marketing strategies for in different countries. And finally, some custom applications. For example, they're usually research projects. We're at the moment involved in a project on traffic safety culture, or another one on hospital culture in hospitals to prevent infections, for example. Yeah, so this introduction also because I would like to bring in a little bit the business perspective. And I think I'm in a unique position here, working at the same time for a business and also being in academia. And I think sometimes there are challenges translating the academic insights into business applications because of various issues, which one of which I would like to highlight, especially when it comes to this consumer culture intelligence and also the 6D model. Yeah, so culture, as we also already heard now a few times, one common definition in one way or another is that it's a shared meaning system. But most of the predominant cultural theories, they don't even look for any kind of sharedness when it comes to the respondents who are answering the survey. So there is a discrepancy between the definition of culture as a shared meaning system and the way it's being measured. So how is culture measured? Yeah, one point I forgot to say, actually, it's usually measured with surveys, but one of my personal research projects related to organizational culture is also very much about different ways of measuring culture, for example, through natural language processing. And we've already published also one paper about that. But traditionally, culture is measured with surveys, for example, with this item, which is from the Minkoff et al. Publication. I would make people follow all laws, even if they are old and useless, which is measuring the collectivistic side of the spectrum. And the opposite side says I would let people break old and useless laws, which kind of stands for the individualistic perspective. And then there's always a neutral option. And 1, 2, 3 is the coding of the items. The items are then aggregated per country and per item. And we analyze how opinions differ basically between the countries and not between the people, meaning the country is the level of analysis. But that already now creates a little bit of interpretation issue because countries don't really have opinions. And since we analyze differences between countries, what do then national country scores say about the people in the country? Because according to the way that culture is measured, you cannot really say anything about the people in the country. But if national culture scores cannot be used to describe individuals, then all these national dimension theories, they cannot be applied for intercultural communication purposes, cannot be used to explain different leadership styles across countries, and cannot be used to analyze behavior of consumer segments. And that's a pretty heavy limitation, let's say. Because what is the use of the national culture scores then, apart from being able to explain indices like national suicide rates? But we are working with companies like Unilever who want to know how they can sell their ice cream, their Magnum ice cream in India. And it doesn't help them if we can say that we can explain the suicide rates. And now I'm getting into the details of the study. What if we actually calculated national dimension scores for individuals? Now the idea of this may seem odd because national culture is a national phenomenon, but I will come to the logic and the reasoning why I did it, and I think we can learn something about the national culture scores by doing this kind of exercise, let's say. So the study, the data that I used for this is based on what we call the Mediacom study. And it's based on the same study that was used by Minkoff to revise the individualism and long-term orientation index. And so Mediacom is an advertising and marketing agency, and they approached us and they said that they want to use the Hofstede culture scores to adjust their ads and to be able to use it in their consulting the clients. And for that, they would like to get scores for different market segments. So we collected data that was financed by Mediacom in 56 countries, 50,000 respondents. The sample sizes were between 250 for the smaller countries and up to 2,800 for the larger countries like US and China. And this is the IDV index that was published by Minkoff et al. 2017. And these are the items that went into the index, which is one of the indices that Plamen was mentioning also in his presentation. And that is, I think you would agree, that one of the established indices, and it's working well. Even if you can agree or disagree about the items that are being used for it. But so these are the items that went into the index based on the item format that I was presenting before. And what I now did is to enter the same items into a regression analysis and with the factor scores as the dependent variable. And because you're using the same data and the same items, what you get is like a perfect estimate of the factor scores, which is very logical, with no standard error. But I was using this only to get basically a formula to calculate culture scores, which can then be used on the individual level. So the way it works is you can just use this constant, and then you use the factor score, and then you use 1.3 times the average score of the country on this question, minus 1.1 times the average score on this question, etc. And what you then get is exactly the factor score of the factor analysis. And now we use this formula to calculate individual scores. And to illustrate that, I was now picking one random person who happened to be from Argentina. And this is how the person answered the survey. So he chose the middle option a few times. And here he chose that, yeah, he or she would make people follow all laws, which would make him more collectivistic. But he would do favors only for favors, which would be making more a bit individualistic. And now if you enter his answers into the formula that we've seen before, so here, this is the number 2 and 2 to 1 3. Anyways, you get in the end, you get a score for the individual. And since it's an approximation of the factor score and it's a negative, so this means that this person would have a relatively collectivist orientation. And yeah, and we have done that now for all 50,000 respondents. So we have 50,000 individual scores. And now we can again aggregate it back to the national level. So we use taking all the individuals of Argentina, we aggregate it back to the national level. And when we do this aggregation, and then we correlate the aggregates per country with the published score, they correlate very highly, 0.98 for IDV and above 0.9 for LTO. So we can show that even when we approach the national dimension scores through individuals, we're getting the same, we're measuring the same thing. And the great thing is that, yeah, so the need to do this was because we needed to get segments. For example, for Indian women between 30 and 40, and all kinds of different segments that clients were asking us. And rather than doing a factor analysis every time, it was easier to come up with this formula, and then you can simply aggregate the individuals to get these factor scores. Segment scores. Yeah. And now it's possible to plot these distributions of individuals. And what happens? I selected 3 countries. We have Nigeria, which is the most collectivistic country in our database. It has a score of 0 on collectivism, and it also has a score of 0 using this method that I just showed. Versus Sweden, which is one of the countries with the highest scores, and India, which is on the collectivistic side. So what we can see is that there are clear differences between the countries, but also we can see that on the individual level, if you want, there's a lot of overlap. So for example, here the most individualistic Nigerians, they are more individualistic than the most collectivistic Swedes, the other way around. And what we can also see is that the curves, they are quite different. So for example, Sweden is much more homogeneous compared to India, which curve is much wider. So the means are basically you can see them as the central tendency of individuals. Now, what if we add another country to the analysis? And as I said, we can do it not only on the country level, but we can also drill in, for example, to the ethnic groups. So we added the US, but not as a whole country, but split into the ethnic groups. And we can see the United States is, compared to the other countries that are plotted, clearly recognizable, even if we split them by ethnic group. For example, they are according to the direction that you would expect. For example, the US Hispanics are more on the collectivistic side compared to the US Caucasians. And the difference, 52 versus 69, it's actually a rather large difference. But if you look at the curve of individuals, the difference looks like it's minor. So the differences between countries tends to be bigger than within country differences. And the US ethnic groups clustered together compared to other countries. And yesterday I was thinking, we are here in Hong Kong and in China, and I should have used China and Hong Kong as an example. But I now still added it into the analysis. So here we can also see that Hong Kong as a region is very close to China, even though also for Hong Kong and China, Hong Kong, the mean score is actually much more on the individualistic side compared to China as a whole. So what can we take away from this? So indeed, national culture scores are not representative for all individuals living in a country. So rather they can be seen as building blocks of their national culture, and with culture defined as a shared meaning system. And this measurement method, we cannot use country scores to interpret individual behavior. And this is, I think, a big concern in a way for applying national culture dimension theory in business. And I would hope that we would find a solution on how to bridge this gap, because as we all know, it's evident to everybody who has cross-cultural experiences that national culture does affect individual behavior. So I think it's more a way of finding a right way of defining culture and measuring culture and then applying culture in the end. So we need theoretical and methodological alignment to be able to interpret what national culture scores mean for individuals. And so that we can continue to make statements like people in individualistic countries have these and these attributes, because at the moment, according to the way it's measured, we cannot say that. And also so that we can keep the field of comparative culturology relevant. Thank you, that's it.
Hello. Okay, thank you very much, Michael. And because you finished on time, I calculate that we have enough time to accommodate at least 4 questions. Sorry for that. We could cut that for 3. Yeah, because it's less than 20 minutes. So perfect. So we're opening time. Actually, we could open also like the questioning to perhaps from the audience above before going down below. Anyone? Yes. Then I give the power to Francisco.
Thank you. The whole session has been stimulating, so this is one of the question. It's a controversial, so thank you so much for that, because that generates debate. I think all of us are here for that. And I'm thinking this in 2 directions. So one direction is maybe national culture is actually independent of individuals, because it's historically constructed. It's not only in the survey that individuals answer, but it's also in books, it's in movies, and actually goes beyond the particular sample of individuals that answer the question. And the second possible explanation can be, it's also assume that the individualism, collectivism is the average of certain answer. It's also maybe a limited understanding of how to summarize, measure the cultural feature of the country, because maybe it's a latent constant, and the average is just a point there in the distribution, and maybe it's not the best way. So maybe that is why we see the decoupling between country measurements and real measurements, is assuming that the average means culture.
Yeah, do you mean that people usually assume that cultural scores are the averages? Yeah. Yeah, I think that's one widespread issue, but I think like normally, of course, they are not average scores because they're the factor scores of the countries. But yeah, people think they're averages, and that maybe creates an issue. But I could maybe also still show the title slide that I had. I don't know if you remember it, but that actually shows all the countries in the database. And there is like, one big overlap. So of course, people are not that different between cultures. It's a central tendency of individuals.
Thank you. Next question from Chunhui.
Thanks for the talk. I think it's really fascinating to move the discussion from the societal level to the individual level. I have a very general question. I'm just curious. I think this individual societal interaction is very fascinating. Wonder if in the literature there's already some discussions about this. For example, it's like which scenario is worse for individualistic individual to live in a society dominated by collectivist culture, or a collectivism oriented individual living in a individualistic society. This kind of interactions. I wonder, do you have any thoughts about this?
I mean, if the country is having more impact on the individuals or the other way
right. It's like in your last sentence, all individuals are
yeah.
affected by the social environment.
I meant that the country's score is not really valid. Well, let's use this one. If the country score is or for India, it's even the best. It's 31 for let's say for India, the mean score. But if you meet somebody from India, you look at the curve, you have no idea if you're meeting a person who has an individualistic or a collectivistic orientation. So the mean score in that sense doesn't say much about the person you're meeting, no? But of course, it's still, since the country is collectivistic, the people are used to the norms of the country, and even if they have themselves an individualistic attitude or individualistic values, they're used to conforming to the collectivistic norms. So I think in that sense, of course, this mean score is still relevant for defining the country culture. But anyways, we cannot make a conclusion that if I meet somebody from India, might be collectivistic, might be individualistic, we don't know.
Right. Yeah, that's about how do we define these societies, right? And the individuals living in these societies. I'm more interested in like persons, right? Individual persons, you and me, right? When we are choosing a society to live, and we have our individual values.
Yeah.
And the society has the societal values, right? If there's a discrepancy there, then how individuals like you and me, how we cope with that?
Yeah, I think we adjust to the national culture we're living in very much. And maybe in some extreme cases, there are, I think, people who then self-select and maybe move to another country.
Yeah.
And actually, sometimes we get people that ask us, like, I would like to know what is the best culture for me to live in. I want to move somewhere else.
Yeah.
So that happens. But I think in general, people need to adjust, and I guess the more like homogeneous or the more tight the culture is, the more people will need to adjust to the national culture, to the norms and restrictions and limitations of the national culture.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you.
I will give the last question to our guest.
For your presentation, it's some way reassuring, because when I tell everybody about Hofstede, they're all about how about individuals. Then I can tell them now that you can measure individual differences using the same data. So that's practical benefit here. But I have a theoretical question. So I think some years ago, Vastaras published paper showing that when it comes to individuals, independent, interdependent cells, they are independent. So one can be both independent and interdependent. But your model assumes just one factor. Have you thought about fitting two factors at the individual level and see the better fit, or this is always one factor?
Well,
I mean, individual
This is
different
actually
part of-
different. This is a different type of study, I would say. And since this is Minkov theory, and we have actually also a paper on that. If you factor analyze the data on the individual level, in this theory, then the individualism dimension splits into three sub-dimensions.
Even with that same data.
Yes. Yes, pretty much. Yeah. And this exclusionism, social ascendancy, and interdependence. And these are basically on the individual level. You get these three structures, three factors, and that's because one, and that's why individualism in a way is not a good indicator to describe an individual, because it's a country indicator. And one individual can be exclusionist, so for example, be against foreigners, but can be at the same time individualistic or not interdependent, for example. So you can score differently on these three factors. Okay. Yeah. And the same goes for long-term orientation, actually.
Okay. Is it okay? One more?
For me, it's okay. Yeah.
Okay, this will be the
I
last.
left on purpose more time in the answer so that we have
Yes.
time for
Thank
the
you.
questions.
We have
Hello.
one more.
My name is Dennis. My question is, what is the percentage of variance in your variables of interest that is explained at the national level? And what is percentage of variance at the within national level?
If I remember correctly from the Minkov from the national index, I think it's around 40% of variance that is explained, and within I don't know. Flamen, did you want to ask?
I mean, he asked for it. No, I'm just kidding. Please, thank you very much. And I just
you.
want to point
you.
out especially to our student audience here, that there are different pathways for your job as a researcher, not only in the academia. And I think Michael is a good example of that. Thank you very much, Michael. Now, our third presenter for this panel is or has worked in intercultural education in Japan, Mexico, and Europe. He is a specially appointed professor at Keio University's GIC Center in Tokyo, and he is the director of the Japan Intercultural Institute. Lastly, he is the creator and host of the Deep Culture podcast, which explores how insights from brain and mind sciences can help us to meet the challenges of bridging different cultural worlds. Everyone, Professor Joseph Schultz.
Please say hi to my students. I was very sympathetic with Michael's talk about how we use the results of research at conferences like this to help people navigate intercultural situations. And the point that you made about shared meaning, I thought was a really important point for the kind of work that I do, which is intercultural education, trying to help people navigate foreignness, make sense of foreign patterns. I'll just say about that particular, even the most individualist Indian knows how to navigate the cultural landscape of India. We forget that when we talk about culture as water to a fish, that means we can navigate. So no matter what we are individually, we are still functioning within that context. And in that sense, we are just as cultural, no matter what our personal qualities are. I'm very interested in putting more insights from cultural psychology into intercultural education. I'm kind of a spy because I'm an educator who's interested in psychology. And so I have been working in this area for a number of years. And these are the points I'm going to be talking about, that we need more culture, mind sciences in intercultural education. I'm going to take a brief look at some of the dominant paradigms that intercultural educators use. I did a survey of attitudes about among intercultural educators, and I'm going to suggest some ideas for how we can bring cultural psychology into intercultural education. I work for the with the Japan Intercultural Institute, Keio University. It was mentioned that I do, these are some of the books that I've written about this topic. I'm doing a podcast. We are developing materials through the Japan Intercultural Institute to try and put the brain and mind sciences into intercultural education. That's kind of where I'm coming from. This is my fundamental premise, that a therapist can help someone recognize mental habits or patterns that get in the way of well-being. That's what a therapist does. Psychology-based intercultural education should help us identify cultural patterns within ourselves, identify patterns of perception, sources of stress, sources of misunderstanding, and ways to constructively meet intercultural challenges. This is what I see as the role of cultural psychology, cognitive psychology, social psychology in intercultural education. This is my premise. I talk to a lot of intercultural educators and trainers, and these are the things that I've been hearing recently. There's a decreased demand for intercultural business training. With populism, there's a kind of less focus on internationalism, backlash against notions of diversity. I hear a lot of critiques of country-level cultural comparison, and this is among trainers and educators as well, not just students. And I hear some people saying, well, there's nothing new in this field, which I completely disagree with. There is a lot that's new. The question is are these new things reaching intercultural educators? Are they reaching intercultural education? I believe there have been enormous strides in cognitive and cultural psychology, but that a lot of educators are unfamiliar with them, and that intercultural theorizing remains ideological, abstract, and often divorced from psychological insights. I'm going to go through a number of slides because I know that you have hungry minds. There's a lot of information on them, but I'll go through them fairly quickly. This is what I see in some of the dominant paradigms in intercultural education. Let's just run through a couple of these quickly. There's a lot of focus on conceptualizing and ideal goals. We all have to have intercultural competence. We need intercultural awareness. There's the ideal goals, but it's not clear how we get to these goals or what this means. Often the models that are created are conceptually very coherent, but they're not really grounded in the way that the mind works. There's often a focus on culture as a form of identity. We hear people say, well, we all have many cultures. But from the perspective of cultural psychology, culture is embodied within us. It's embedded in the world around us. It allows us to navigate our social environment. It shapes our perceptions. It is integral to our mind. It's not just a form of identity. It is who we are. The human mind is cultural by nature. There's a lot of secular, universalistic, ideological focus. We hear things, well, in the end, we're all human. There's an emphasis on having the right attitude, such as openness. There's a focus on secular ideals like global citizenship. But we do not need to rely on ideals or ideology if we can focus on empirical insights into culture and mind, so that we can talk about what is instead of what should be. There's also often a transactional focus on outcomes, on using, having a toolkit. If we have insights into culture and mind, this helps us navigate our experiences as a source of insight and growth, so that we can focus on meaning rather than money. Sorry, I know we have to focus on money too. But at the individual level, we need to focus on meaning. We want to have insights. We want these experiences to be meaningful for us personally. So I was interested to find out how much the insights from these kinds of brain and mind sciences are reaching intercultural educators. So I carried out a survey. And I had 89 respondents. These are people working in education, business. The survey participants had a very high level of experience. More than 70% had worked in the field for 10 years. They were very international. They had a high level of foreign language ability. And they were very confident in their understanding of the ideas that you find in intercultural education. So 92% said they had a very clear understanding of intercultural competence. 84% said they were familiar with theoretical issues and scholarly literature related to this concept. They're very confident in their understanding of this field. My finding, though, was that many of the beliefs that they had were at odds with an empirical understanding of culture and mind, or they had simplistic understandings of complex mental phenomena. So let's take some examples. Ethnocentrism. Do you agree with the statement ethnocentrism is learned and thus can be overcome by education? Think about it for a minute. 75% of respondents agree, yes, it can be overcome with education. And maybe as educators, we want to agree. We want to say that that's the case. But ethnocentrism is much more than an attitude. Our reaction to cultural difference is grounded in predictive processing. Our mind operates using a model that we build up through previous experience. We're constantly predicting and anticipating. We may gain new perspectives, we may become aware of our judgments, but our judgments are always based on previous cultural experience. That's just the way that our mind works. We also suffer from numerous related biases, such as the in-group bias, familiarity bias. We have a limited ability to mentalize, to imagine the mental world of people who have a different cultural background. From a cultural psychology and cognitive psychology's perspective, ethnocentrism is simply the way that our mind works. It's not something that you can overcome by changing your quote unquote attitude. The question is, I believe that for the most part, cultural biases are learned and can be overcome with the right attitude. 56% of intercultural educators say that it is learned and can be overcome with the right attitude. I think you can see where I'm going here. Biases are built into the cognitive architecture of our mind. We all jump to conclusions. We take mental shortcuts. We favor the familiar. There's extensive research on cognitive biases that are important for intercultural work, like the fundamental attribution error. Oh, Japanese are shy. That's a fundamental attribution error. Familiarity bias, in-group bias, ego depletion. Ego depletion is great, right? You go to a foreign country, then you want a hamburger because you're tired. You want comfort. Stereotyping, implicit bias. There's an enormous body of research about bias. You don't find much of this in intercultural education. Often there are simplistic understanding of complex phenomenon. So the cognitive processes are often much more complex than the concepts that educators use to talk about them. For example, ethnocentrism involves many cognitive processes. It's not a single thing. And this is a challenge if you have a kind of conceptual approach to intercultural understanding, that once you have defined ethnocentrism, oh, that's judging from your own cultural perspective, as though understanding the definition means you can do something about it. But ethnocentrism is a very complex phenomenon, And to understand it, we need to understand how the mind works. Another example is empathy, which is a common goal of intercultural education. Well, empathy is a very complex phenomenon that is related to our motivational systems. We have both approach and avoidance motivations, which affect our ability to empathize. We predict what an interaction is going to be like before we have it, and that can affect our ability to empathize. So these concepts, we have a lot of insight into them psychologically, but these insights are not making it into intercultural education. And finally, this bottom point, that intercultural educators argue a lot about the concept of culture. And part of that is happening in this conference as well. But from the perspective of cultural psychology, we can see culture as something that is embodied and embedded, that it is part of our biological nature as well. It is as real as mind. It is as real as money. And it also, I think this is another place where the distinction between is culture behavior or is culture shared meaning? If it's behavior, it's what people are doing. If it's shared meaning, it is embodied. Because if I insult you and you get angry, if I use a bad name for your country and you get angry, then this means that it is embodied within you. So if culture is meaning, it is embodied. And we can see culture as a physical phenomenon, not simply as a construct. So where does this leave us? These are 4 areas that I think that in the work that I do, where I'm trying to apply the insights from cultural psychology and cognitive psychology into intercultural education. How is our mind or perceptions cultural? What are patterns of cultural difference? In this conference, we're talking a lot about this second one. What are our natural biases and what is the psychological impact of foreign experiences and how can we gain new cultural perspectives? A lot of the insights that are coming that relate to these 4 areas are not coming necessarily from cultural psychology, but also cognitive psychology and social psychology, understanding more broadly the way that the mind works and the way that we navigate our everyday life. I'm just going to run through a few slides of the kinds of materials that you can develop using cultural psychology research. And earlier today, so one idea is, and here we have behavior and meaning that allow us to navigate environments, that culture is embodied and is embedded. Isn't this a great graphic? That's the embodied graphic. That culture is an emergent property, that these shared worlds of meaning allow us to navigate our environment. When we understand that culture is an emergent property that emerges from shared meaning of interaction of individuals, it allows us to much more easily understand the way that culture functions in our everyday life. The fact that culture is something that we use, that we navigate. In that sense, culture doesn't make us do something. Culture gives us the framework to understand how people will see what we do. So even if I'm an individualist Indian, I know that if I act in this way, I will be perceived in that way. It's that shared knowledge which allows me to navigate my cultural environment. And it's learning these new systems of meaning which will allow me to navigate in other environments. Is money real? It's as real as culture. It's as real as the mind. You may feel it's only a construct, but we experience it as completely real in a completely embodied way, because if I take your money, you're going to be upset. When you use research from cultural psychology in the classroom. What you're letting learners do is test their perceptions against the research. You can show this and say, how about you? And let's look at the results of this research and let's try and make sense of our own perceptions. Because what we really want is for people to understand different normals, that there are different ways that you can perceive the same thing. Earlier, Professor Kitayama said that this was a simple diagram, and it is a simple diagram. But I will tell you that when you show this to people who are in the middle of foreign experiences, it helps them recognize their patterns within their own experience. It helps them navigate in ways that they had not been able to navigate before. And a lot of this research is not entirely new, but it's research that allows people to think about their own perceptions and think about how they navigate the communities that they have to navigate. One area that is not very explored in intercultural education is how we can take advantage of research into dual processing models of cognition. You may have heard of thinking fast and slow. We navigate intuitively. And if we want to understand foreign experiences, we need to understand our habits of mind, the way that we navigate through habit. I sometimes talk about this in terms of Oz moments. Oz moments are those times when you're in a new environment and you say, oh, wow, this is different. This is a different normal. That's strange. If we think about what's happening in our mind when we're noticing cultural difference, we can see there's a lot going on. And those things that are going on relate to intuitive mental processes. We have a feel, we notice something being different, and attentive or analytic mental processes where we try and make sense of our experiences. And these foreign experiences have a cognitive impact. I don't need to go over this to make you, what I'm really just pointing out is there's a lot of richness in the research that's already existing that I think can be very valuable for intercultural education. And I'm trying to push things in that direction. So this is, I'm back to my major premise that a psychology-based intercultural education can help learners identify cultural patterns of perception, sources of stress and misunderstanding, and ways to constructively meet intercultural challenges. I think we have a long way to go. I would like to see psychological research about things like the cognitive processes involved with ethnocentric judgments, the cognitive processes associated with shifting worldviews, what learning about cultural psychology, how that can impact sojourners' foreign experiences, and which cognitive biases relate to or impact intercultural experiences. I think there's a lot to explore, and I'm hoping to build bridges between specialists who are studying culture from a psychological perspective and educators like myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Joseph. Okay, the floor is open for questions. Anyone? Yes.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I think it's very interesting that you commented, not commented, quite substantial on embodiment. And I'm very much interested in this split between embodiment, I like to call it passive culture or knowledge or in this direction, in opposition to theoretical knowledge. We have very consciously on our mind. And I had some interesting conversations in our faculty about that and it's an ongoing topic. Because I think we cannot deny that there is something like embodied culture in us and will undeniably affect the way we interact. And we know, as you said, like if we get angry, if we have like emotional reaction, this is usually like a giveaway. But it's like we cannot like push people if we conduct research to that point, right? We don't want to do that. And then the usual problem is if we want to measure that or if we want to engage with it in a scientific context, on one level, individuals have theoretical, conscious knowledge about something, like money is important. I'm supposed to be angry if you take my money away. I'm supposed to be angry if you insult my mother, regardless of whether I really get, right? And sometimes we need to fit somewhat in the script. So I come from the point that I would say every theoretical process we have, how we utilize explicit knowledge, is conditioned by embedded knowledge. It happens in that framework. They do not exist outside in parallel to each other. It happens within that framework. But how can we isolate it? How can we be sure about that if we want to measure it, if we want to engage with that? Do we have like some kind of impulse regarding that?
I agree that measurement is difficult. One reason measurement is difficult is because our attitudes are often built on unconscious assumptions. So if you ask American parents, do you want your children to become independent? They'll say, no, I want my children to be cooperative, because they take independence for granted. So we may have intuitive understandings which we're not conscious of. For me personally, I think it makes more sense to talk about what things mean to people and how people interpret a situation. For example, the work of Trompenauers and Hampton Turner, using dilemma theory, where you're interpreting a situation, that you can interpret a situation from a collectivist point of view or an individualist point of view. That by looking at how people are interpreting things, we can look a little bit more at the world of meaning that they are using to draw their conclusions. You know, if you're a member of the tennis circle and you don't get along because you want to practice tennis and they like to go out drinking, how should you solve this problem? Well, the individualist solution is you leave the group and find a different group. The collectivist solution is, well, you try and work with the members. So if you're talking about how people make sense of a situation, you can get at some of these deeper cultural logics that are operating at an intuitive level. But I am not a researcher who's doing cross-cultural research. So I have a very limited ability to help you. So as you find solutions, please tell me.
Okay, next question. Yes.
Okay, an educator question. My intro is I want to know, when you're doing education with your students and you want them to have some interesting cross-cultural experience, do you make it a positive one? And I'm asking because we did some studies at Education University where we were having students have different kinds of cultural experiences and see what the impact was on their cultural IQ, especially their interest in other countries. And I had my students debate this very interesting situation, video, a New York roommate trying to convince her Chinese roommate to become a prostitute because the New York roommate completely thinks this is normal and perfectly fine. And so getting my students to discuss the interesting different realities that these two people live in had a really negative effect on their interest in going to other countries. My other colleague who has the students like play music with people from Africa, and then it has really positive effects on their interest in other countries. I'm wondering, it's because I think that the most interesting part of a cross-cultural experience is the encounter with different realities, the realization that you have to think different, those are the positive effects. But what do you do in a classroom environment? Do you ever make them have those really interesting experiences, or is it?
So
overall
one
not
of the
good?
difficulties with intercultural education is that culture exists situationally. If you want to talk about cultural difference, those exists in a situation, and any situation you choose is going to push a lot of buttons, and it's very difficult. That's one of the reasons that this kind of research can get people talking about their perceptions without having to pass judgment about a particular situation. Another question is, the way that I approach it is that cultural difference relates to different normals. So the question isn't, how do you feel about this? The question is, can you explain this phenomenon from these different perspectives? So the goal is not what I think or what I would do, but can you see the different cultural logics at work? And because there are the different normals is what we're trying to get at. by finding the right questions and finding the right situations that get them thinking about it. So the example I just used was the student who is a member of the tennis circle, and they like playing tennis, but the other members like drinking. So what should they do? So in this situation, what are the different strategies? We can talk about that. And then we start to see that some of those strategies are relatively more collectivist and some of those strategies are more individualist. So by finding the situations which get people interested, invested in finding these different perspectives, also what they feel personally, that's what has been working for me. But I agree with you that if you try and make people have an experience, it's very tricky. It's very tricky. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, as the time police, unfortunately, I can only accommodate one last question, and that will come from Professor Boyd.
Thank you, Joseph. For my sins in my old age, I moved from teaching cross-cultural psychology using the knowledge base that we've accumulated over these last almost 50 years, at least in my experience, to earning a salary by teaching something called cross-cultural management, which I take to be a demand to educate my students who are coming into the class to be better able to manage cross-cultural situations that are emerging more and more in the 21st century. And of course, I teach for a business school, so there's a practical bottom line here about empowering, or enskilling would be a better way to look at it. How do you go from knowledge that we may have accumulated in very rough, average, general terms to teaching, creating a teaching environment where the skills necessary to manage an intercultural situation effectively and efficiently can be inculcated? This is an issue that I've been concerned about as I try to teach for a change. That is to say, using that title from Postman's book, that what we're engaged in here is teaching to produce change in the skill sets that arise from knowledge, from experience interacting across these cultural situations. So I'm relating to Emma's question here. What are we to do as teachers to promote the capacity to use the knowledge that we gather cross-culturally effectively? Sorry, it's a long question, but you get the issue.
Yeah, and I think that one of my answers is that we have to expand what we mean by intercultural education. That it's not simply I have to be able to have a meeting with people from different countries. It also means how are my perceptions shaped by culture with me as an individual? And what patterns am I going to find? But also, what are my biases? How is my mind working? And what is the process that I'm going through to increase my understanding? We need models which help us understand this. All of these are areas of individual insight. And I think one big goal is to shift the focus from me managing this situation to me having insights about myself and about the patterns that I'm with, to go from problem solving to insights. Insights means making connections that you didn't make before. Sometimes I tell my students, once you have seen a pattern, you cannot unsee it. So to recognize patterns, that allows you to navigate better. So I think actually we have to expand what we're doing into these other different areas. But that's the big question.
Thank you very much. And that ends our panel on culture in research.
Let's move on to the last session for today. And I'm going to switch my hats again. I'm going to serve as the moderator for this session. which is about measurement debates, or if you wish, we can call them conversations, or to be less confrontational. But this promises to be a very, very interesting conversation that focuses on some very controversial issues in recent years about how we measure culture or constructs across cultures. And we have two very outspoken representatives of two different views on this issue. And it's my pleasure to introduce you Ron Fisher and Kodai Kusano, who represent these views. And I'll present them just very briefly so we actually have more time for their presentations and the discussion. So Ron Fisher is probably somebody who doesn't need actually that much in the introduction. He's one of the most well-published and cited figures in this field of research. He was cited as he was named as one of the 10 most highly cited researchers on cultural psychology. He could easily have been one of the second keynote lecturers. And his research focuses on cultural and evolutionary dynamics of values, beliefs, personalities, and well-being. And our second speaker is Kodai Kusano, and he's now a postdoctoral associate at New York University in Abu Dhabi. He's a social psychologist by background, but similar to me, he works interdisciplinary and tries to integrate perspective also from sociology, from evolutionary studies as well. So without further ado, I would like to first welcome Ron Fisher. And because the two presentations are so closely related, we decided we're going to have them one after the other, and then we're going to combine the Q&A session afterwards for 20 minutes. So, Professor Ronald Fisher.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks for the nice introduction. Thank you for inviting us and actually organizing the whole thing. And you really have to keep time, because otherwise we might be sitting here at 7 o'clock still. And this is part of an ongoing conversation that we have had over the last couple of years. It's, you know, my title is like rethinking invariance issues. I wasn't sure who would be in the audience, so, you know, like I might go very fast over some very fundamental issues, you know, like, so I'm actually happier to have a conversation. So if there's something where you go like, what the heck were you just talking about? Just raise your hands and I stop, and we can actually focus on some things, because I have too many slides anyway. So the thing I want to talk about is, first of all, quickly, you know, like I took your title seriously, and we'll talk about definitions of culture and the different ways of defining culture. And I will share some personal challenges with contemporary research, which we just, you know, like it's big picture reflection on some paper that was just accepted. And then I talk about how we study culture and moving back to the individual. So we heard about like what it's like to engage with businesses and culture. We heard about what it's like to engage with intercultural learners. And now I'm going to talk about how we engage with our research participants about studying culture. And then my point, and I think this is where we probably agree on a lot of things, what I would say is a narrow and a broad formulation of invariance. And I think we probably share a lot of commonality around a narrow formulation of invariance, but I would really like us to focus on the bigger picture. And I will hopefully go over a 5-stage invariance cycle with some examples. Probably I will run out of time, so I will try at least give you a sense of what this is all about. So what is culture? You know, like if you ask, you know, like 5 anthropologists, you get probably something like 10 answers. You know, the famous one, like in the 1950s, you had 120 something definitions. And then this book, which I love, Redefining Culture, found a few thousand definitions of culture. And I highly recommend that book by Adam Cooper about culture. Actually, anthropologists, the way we use culture today, even with all these thousands of definitions, has changed over, like the invention of culture in French, how the French use culture, then how the Germans picked it up. At the moment, we use it in a more Germanic way than in a French way. And then the Americans got in it, and then now it's completely different once again. But if you try and bring it down, meaning making is really important, right? So we have refinement, which is the old French stuff. We have our ideology, which is very important in political science, sociology, and so on and so on. But the way we use it most of the time, Hofstede, Schwartz, et cetera, is somewhere along here. So this is a table from a recent book chapter in the Oxford Handbook. So it's either structures and patterns. So the dimensions that we heard about a lot in the earlier sessions, it's about functions, what these dimensions are doing, or it's about the process of how this is happening. And it's all about meaning making. So how do people make meaning in their lives? And so now the personal challenge is, how well do we actually understand culture and cultural differences using those dimensions that we have currently? So here's a paper we just managed to get published. This is part of a series of little projects that I've been involved in, where we use kind of established research in general that is widely used, like the theory of planned behavior, theory of reasoned action. So there's lots of research out there that you can pull together, and then you can look at what is the importance of culture for these kind of fields, right? So you can pull this together. So in this case, we had 30 meta-analyses that we pulled together, nearly 1,000 studies. And now we can start looking at how much variability is there across all these different studies in terms of national culture, how much variability is there at the individual level, and how much variability is situational, contextual level. So the first important message is the situation matters. Situation within countries, so conditions, contexts, behavior domains, et cetera, matters. So this is here level 2. For most of these correlations within the theory, if you want to change behavior, you have to pay attention to the situation. National differences here are tiny in comparison. They're systematic effects, but they're tiny. The major difference is subjective norms predicting behavior. There, national cultural variability actually is quite substantial, right? So important first takeaway point. But then if we now try and explain this part of the cross-national variability, how well do our theories do, right? So we tested, like all these different dimensions that we could get our hands on. We had 174 plausible effects based on the literature. So we have 174 hypotheses. We have like all this amazing ecology stuff. I love the ecological approach to research because, we don't explain, like attitudes with attitudes. So that's why I really, really love it. So we had a number of ecological dimensions, climate was in there. We have a lot of these individual, attitude like self-report dimensions. And then out of these 174, we tested actually more. So this is the ones where we had real predictions. 6 was significant. Jesus, we're not doing well, right? And this is basically a theory that is used a lot, like the number of studies, the number of interventions that are based on the theory of planned behavior. It's huge, right? And in there is cross-cultural variability, right? But we can't actually explain much what is going on there. And the really amazing thing is, if you remember, we have more variability, we have less variability at cross-national level for individualistic attitudes and beliefs. Yet, we predict that better, which is really counterintuitive. So there's an individualistic bias in cross-cultural research, right? So our dimensions are good predicting individualistic attitudes and beliefs. and we have no good grasp on norms and behavior. So because there was more variability around norms and behavior relationships, but you can't really predict them. And the only one that was significant was this one, and it was against our predictions, right? So in context with individuals value and power more, the effect of perceived behavioral control on behavior is stronger, which is actually against what, for example, Shalom Schwartz would predict for these kind of associations, because perceived behavioral control, like in high power contexts, like people should not be able to actually express their personal beliefs, attitudes, and so on and so on. So this would be the prediction. So culture data is primarily based on self or other reports, right? So what's happening? Is there maybe something going on with our data? And so the first thing I want to do is I want to give a cognitive perspective on survey responding. So understanding the meaning-making process in the research process. And this is like something that I'm becoming more and more interested in. What's actually going on in the minds of individuals when they answer questions? How do they make sense of our quite often relatively odd tasks and questions? Just imagine there's a lot of stuff happening around in our world. So somebody might come up to you and holds a gun at your hand. Something that may sound weird here in Hong Kong. It's quite common in Brazil. So I'm used to these kind of situations. So we have to perceive that. It's hard to miss a gun, but you will perceive it and you will memorize it. There might be other situations where you try and shop something and you realize inflation is up. You can't buy some certain things, like you may only buy $2 instead of 20 dollars, et cetera, et cetera. Or there might be a pandemic and people are concerned with getting sick and so on and so on. So these are kind of really distinct events, right? But then what we're interested in is what is the kind of abstraction common to all these kind of events? For example, a threatening environment, right? So that's one of the dimensions that we're often interested in. So what people have to do, they have to categorize all these individual events, abstract the threat element from it, and then integrate it both in their episodic memory. So they have to remember the specific situation and the semantic memory. So they have to generalize, create some rules around it. So that's good. So that's the individuals. And then a researcher comes along and asks a question. So the first thing is you have to read the question and understand the question. You may think that's weird. Just really ask your students that answer surveys, how many of them really understand the survey questions in the first place? And I work now with general population samples, and boy, it is difficult. In our research, what we have found is people don't understand the questions that we're asking. Then once they understand the question, they have to basically retrieve a relevant situation, match the categories of the question to whatever is in their brains, integrate that, and then they have to make a decision on how do I answer this? There's some really cool research on, for example, decision trees for response survey or response surveys or survey responses, which show that this process is also quite difficult and may actually explain some of the response biases that we see in the literature. And then we have an actual response. And all of this is part of the survey response. So there's a lot of stuff going on there at a cognitive level, which we typically just gloss over. We look at our correlations, we aggregate it, look at our correlations, and afterwards we have some magic numbers there. So this is what I'm really interested in. So now we may think, okay, invariance, this is our solution to the problem. And there, I assume you will really go into the criticism, so I'll spare you all of that. The idea basically is that you do some magic statistical test that gives you some answers on how well your measure actually worked, right? So you can constrain some parameters in your data, and then you can say, maybe we have the same number of factors, you do some more constraints, and then maybe you can say, well, actually, the item captures the same construct in the same way across different populations or measurement points. And then you tweak it a bit more, and actually each individual item response just captures what you're interested in or not, right? So these are the kind of theoretical interpretations of these fancy statistical tools. The issue is, first of all, nobody does it in the literature. Right? So we have these tools. So this is a study by Diana and Katja and James, showing that in JCCP, which is one of the primary journals for cross-multiple comparisons, back in the day, about 18% actually reported some form of invariance analysis. PSPB was lower, developmental psychology, 0. This more recent study by a Dutch group, really awesome. They actually reanalyzed data as well and found basically we can't actually make any generalizations about psychological data, right? People don't report it. If they report it, they misreport it. Basically, they got all the data, this group reanalyzed the data, came to different conclusions. Dude, what is happening? We can't actually, if you really take this serious, we can't interpret any psychological study result published. That's pretty sad, right? And then to make it even worse, there's a whole group of us, that's why it's an ongoing conversation, that says, let's get rid of invariance testing altogether. It's useless. It's bullshit. You can't get anything to work anyway. So why worry? You can get nonsense data and that fits perfectly, but real data doesn't. So it's bullshit. Let's get rid of it. Sorry, I really feel but I try to convince you in the following moments that actually, once we get beyond, all the statistical ritual, there are important questions to be asked. Here are some of the criticisms in our recent paper. We try to summarize, digest all the criticisms, and implicitly respond to some of them. The thing is, I actually agree with a lot of the criticism. There's a lot of problematic stuff that is being published as invariance testing. We have to do it. That's why I'm in this kind of double bind. We have to do it, but the way we do it is not very productive, I would say. And so what I'm arguing is basically there's a narrow sense, which is really the statistical ritual that we perform when we try and publish. And then there's a broader issue, which is actually about the comparability of both our theoretical claims and the data that extends beyond just the statistical aspects, right? And I don't want to go into the mapping argument for the sake of time. And so together with a number of colleagues in conversations, we started thinking about how are invariance questions relevant during a typical, here's the OSF research process, right? So as we're going through our research cycle, coming up with ideas, holy crap, and so on, where is invariance important? And our argument, first and foremost, is it is important at every single step in the research process. And most of the time, it's actually a theoretical question that we have to investigate. So we start off with functional equivalence, so our theoretical claims about the data, what we think might be going on, through operationalization of these ideas into instruments, tests, and so on. Then what is actually happening during the measurement process? How do people interact with the scales? Where do you put your response scales? How many, and so on and so on. And then we have, of course, statistical questions of how we deal with the data afterwards. And then how do we make sense of all of this, including this information, when we make some claims about our theory again? So functional equivalence, the theoretical part, right? So in one of the papers, we talked, for example, about emotion concepts, because there are all these cultural specific emotions, but often we can identify a core, but the specifics are quite different. So now you have to first think about what can we do when we try and talk about a specific level of emotions in a study. So if we compare, for example, Heimweh, Saudades, or longing, all of them have something to do with missing something, right? So we probably can study that at a neurobiological level, but the specifics are different. And Saudade is definitely not Heimweh. It's definitely not longing. But there's some core component, but it depends on what you really want to do. The stuff where I really get into the discussions with Chris, what's your ontology? Do you think you have a latent variable that really causes the responses, which we often assume if you do factor analysis. The implicit assumption is there's some latent hidden thing. Or do we assume that it's an emergent construct? Or could it be just a network? And one of the arguments with, like talking about culture-specific syndromes with a colleague, we just got this accepted in personality social psychology review, is that maybe if we take an emergent concept idea, we can take some building blocks like Lego, right? And we can study specific, simpler building blocks that get assembled in culture-specific ways. But it allows you to compare across cultures if you know how you assemble the building blocks, which goes to Chris Welz's idea that, time is up. That goes to Chris Welz's idea that we don't have to do invariance testing, but the question is actually, how is that combination of blocks being put together? How can you actually track that? And I think this is the exciting question. Levels of theory, we can maybe get to that in a discussion. But it's really about construct definitions and researcher bias, what I'm concerned with here. So coming back to power values, we often have a negative view of power, right? But, like in a lot of cultures, power is actually a positive thing. If we just think, for example, about the Polynesian concept of mana, this is something good. You want to have power. You earn power. You do it for the good of the group. And I love this study, and we're doing something along these lines right now with values, where you ask people, what is actually your understanding of a specific value? And it's amazing what people come up with. For example, in this study of Serbian adults, power, if you ask about power, most of them imply low benevolence. You take advantage of others. You're the bad friend, right? And the other concept that is really important is power and achievement and capability. You're actually capable. And that's about 17 to 20% of the population understand power in this way, which actually, if you think about it, 20% of the population, this is exactly where these correlations, these differences that you're concerned about make a difference. 20% of the people understand your questions in a different way, which will really shift your responses in a nation level survey to a different direction, right? And so this may explain maybe part of that unexpected power relation. So I just going to wrap up here because, I wanted to focus more on the theoretical part. So I spare you all the methods parts. Maybe just one thing here is once you start, we did, lots and lots of interviews around lots of items. So this is interviews with about 3,000 people. Take home message is a lot of participants in the general community do not understand our questions. And this is part of the problem of our researcher bias. We have strange ideas that we translate in particular ways, which people then don't understand. And we just analyze, interpret the data based on some correlations. And so it's partly our problem, but it's also partly of our inability to interact and connect to participants and get, better data from our participants. And then there's a whole methods part. Maybe we can get to that later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And now, without losing steam, let's move on to the second presentation. Please welcome Dr. Kodai Kusano.
I've been up since 3 a.m. this morning, so I try not to fall asleep. So ask me many questions. I said social, cultural, political psychology here, but it should be cultural or comparative culturology. And it applies to comparative research in all areas of science. So in cross-cultural research, this is a common approach by asking people, questions and using multi-item scales to measure what Triant is called subjective culture. And these are legitimate questions. How do we know that comparisons between cultural groups represent valid responses? Can we even compare them meaningfully? And typically, psychologists go about this in 3 steps. So the first step is to make sure that your factor structure are the same. So do we see the same number of structures or factors in our model? Okay. The second constraint is metric invariance. Can we see the same factor loadings across groups? Okay. So you want them to be the same. And the last one is scalar invariance, which is the equal item assumption. So can we see that the survey items are equal across groups? This is the most difficult part to accomplish. And then we are told that we need this for to be able to compare mean differences across groups meaningfully. And methodologists have argued that we must meet those assumptions to make our cultural comparisons meaningful or fair, valid, unbiased, comparable. Those are scary words, right? And I was listening to this podcast by Patrick Curran and Greg Hancock. They're well-known psychometricians. And they said, no, you have to establish measurement invariance, otherwise you trash your paper, basically. So they are strong words. And how well are we doing? So this is all psychology, but I'm pretty sure that you can see the same trends in sociology and even political science. So papers after papers, those are disappointing results. So psychologists rarely test those assumptions. And when they do, almost always you get disappointing results. So is comparative culturology dead? We hope not, right? It kind of doesn't match our expectations and what the data tells us. So I want to ask, why is it then? Why is it so easy to violate those assumptions? And I kind of want to uncover what's going on here. So when you look at the definitions of measurement invariance, you see that it is about group differences coming from irrelevant constructs. Okay, so what is irrelevant or what is relevant is important. But I want to show you that those, what's relevant and what's irrelevant has been kind of shaped by historical context. And I want to unpack some of those. So it all goes back to Francis Galton, who is the pioneer of psychometrics. So he founded psychometrics to study human properties, and Spearman developed the factor analysis to study intelligence, which he called G factor, which is kind of biological entity that is supposed to be universal across all groups. And American psychologists took this idea to test intelligence in merit-based contexts, such as in education, organization, or even military, okay? And they started claiming that some groups are more intelligent than others, okay? So that was the kind of beginning of psychometrics. And of course, culturally conscious researchers raised a question, most notably by Stephen Jay Gould. He said, you can't really use these methods to study or even classify human intelligence. And our friend Patricia Greenfield famously said that you cannot take intelligence into another culture and call them stupid, basically. So my argument is that the whole concern about measurement invariance kind of emerged as a strong reaction to this. And people use multi-group factor analysis, confirmative factor analysis to test all those levels of invariance, right? But in this context, actually validity is closely tied to fairness, okay? Can we make a fair comparison here. But here's the complexity though. The group differences can come from many sources. And of course, we don't want these method biases. Sometimes, so when you collect data across groups, you sometimes introduce those method biases. But group differences can also come from race, social class, political system, or social factors, okay? The question is, do we include those in the score interpretation? In the context of individual selection, you don't want any of this to influence your score interpretation. Why? Because if your scores influence social factors, then you're kind of discriminating one group against others, okay? So when it comes to fair selection of individuals, okay, you don't want any of those social factors, even if they could be meaningful to your investigation. And this is for achieving equal opportunities and ensuring social justice. And I argue that the high standards, okay, in invariance testing, it actually reflects societal concerns and kind of methodologists' commitment to respond to social justice concerns. And it's kind of like in medical research, you don't want to set up loose p-values, right? So the stakes are high, okay? So my argument is that it's not so much about, you know, violating or measurement invariance or not, but it was important for them, methodologists, to show that, okay, we are setting high standards to protect or achieve social justice. It has nothing to do with scientific regard from the start, from the beginning. And one unfortunate consequence of chasing measurement invariance in your testing is that the invariance testing is trying to help you to eliminate all the social factors out of your score. So what you end up is these the construct that have large individual differences. So if you have large enough individual differences, so they start to overlap across groups, so you don't have distinct group boundaries here. And it's good because you don't, in this context of individual selection, any factors that produce group differences are irrelevant. So you try to minimize group differences, but at the same time increase individual differences. And this is kind of in line with how Spearman theorized G factor. Okay, it is universal biological entity, and if that's the case, we should be seeing something like this. Okay, so invariance testing helps you achieve this. Okay, anything that deviates from this shape will be bad. But is this what we want? So Hofstadter again, he was the father of comparative culturology. I think he's unique in that he proposed a numerical representation of culture, what culture should look like in your statistical properties. And he said, if what you're measuring is cultural, it should be shared within, but differ between groups. So what you want to see is small individual differences, but large group differences. And this is exactly the opposite of what we try to do when we measure intelligence and when we try to engage in invariance testing. Okay. And yes, Christian Westell published a very nice critique of this. It's basically when we compare mean differences, we are dealing with groups. So individual selection is not really relevant to our business here. So, but problematically, measurement invariance techniques kind of focus on individual selection, individual comparison. Okay, so it kind of assumes large enough individual differences to begin with. So in this very realistic scenario, let's suppose that we ask, do you believe in God in those three groups? Japanese, very secular country, they don't really believe in God. USA has kind of large individual differences. And if you ask this question in Muslim countries like Bangladesh, everyone believes in God. So you see this skewed extreme responses. But again, in Japan, Bangladesh, they don't have enough individual differences. When you use Likert scale, of course, you cannot go below 1 here, and you cannot go above 10. So you're kind of like restricting individual differences here. But naturally, you happen to see extreme groups. Okay. And I want to show you with an example, another example to show that this is, I mean, invariance testing doesn't like this, and even very realistic scenario. And I want to use this data from brands. So he collected system justification scale across 30 countries. And some years ago, the researchers used the scale and then violated invariance in published data, published their finding. It's kind of scary that when you collect your data across 10 plus countries, and it's so easy to violate measurement invariance, and somebody comes and say, hey, your scale is not valid. As it's now, we're beginning to see such publications in even good journals here. So it's basically system justification scale measures how people perceive the system, whether people see the system fair or not, basically. So eight items. So when you see the distributions across 30 groups, you see that some groups have really skewed responses, extreme responses, low individual differences, and some groups have more normal distribution here. Okay. And I want to show you that measurement invariance only likes these groups, but really doesn't like it. So when you map a country level means against standard deviation, which is a rough estimate of individual differences or with in-group variability, you see this systematic pattern, okay? As I showed you in the Likert scale, when everyone disagrees with those items, they have to show small individual differences, skewed responses. So Serbia, Lebanon, Greece, Turkey, Chile, Colombia. So those people score low on system justification, so they don't like the system. They don't see the system to be fair, basically. And you see those groups out there. And when you run standard measurement invariance testing among these groups, it gives you a poor fit because they don't have enough individual differences to estimate, right? But we don't know at this moment if their responses are biased. Maybe they are misinterpreting their questions, right? We don't know at this moment. But when you look at Italy, Russia, United States, New Zealand, Denmark, people have moderate responses to this scale. So then invariance testing gives you a good fit. Why? Because they have enough individual variability. Their distribution normally distributed, okay? But if we follow this result, do we only look at those countries? I mean, no offense to them, but it's the least interesting comparison from a cultural perspective, right? We want to compare. We don't want to forget about those groups. Okay? So the next question is, how do we know that these extreme responses are not driven by method bias, but reflect meaningful responses? And then Christian Welzel said, well, look at nomological validity at the group level. Okay. So the question is, how well do those group differences map onto a variable that they are supposed to correlate with at the group level? And we derive some predictions based on the past literature. It's basically, we predicted that, well, if people are living in a system with high social mobility or well-functioning government, they tend to see the systems to be fair, okay? So if that's the case, we should see that on the x-axis, we map group differences, and then against the y-axis, which is the criterion variable here. So if we see this positive correlation, we know that these extreme groups are also meaningful. They mean something about meaningful responses. And here, we want to isolate factors that are irrelevant to our construct, but we consider these social systems, social factors to be relevant okay, relevant factors. And this data happens to have quite variability in age representation and also female proportion, okay? So we tried to control for everything, but we couldn't. So at least we tried to deal with some potential sample bias, okay? Sample bias could be that, well, the country difference that we see might be driven by, some countries happening to have more female or older people or younger people, okay? So those country differences are generated in the process of data collection, not driven by the construct we are interested in, okay? So in a simple multiple regression, we can isolate these factors, and do we still see that these social factors predicting or correlating with system justification at the group level? Here's the result. I mean, except for the India, okay, we generally see the strong positive correlations. So again, Colombia, Turkey, their responses were kind of really negative and extreme, but we know that maybe these responses are valid because, of course, people living in societies with low mobility or poorly functioning government, people don't like their societies. Okay, so people in those countries tend to disagree with a statement like everyone has a fair shot at wealth and happiness. Yes, because their societies don't provide high social mobility. On the other hand, you see Switzerland, Belgium, Ireland, okay? They tend to see the system to be fair because their society provides high social mobility, well functioning. In the same way, you see the strong positive correlation. Again, Lebanon, Russia, Turkey, not Russia, Colombia, Serbia, for example. Okay. They disagree with the statement that our political system operates as it should because their political system don't operate as they should, right? So, and of course, people in Switzerland, Singapore, Canada, they like their system. To me, this is a good evidence that these extreme groups provide meaningful responses, not really biased, right? And they are good despite violating measurement invariance assumption. Okay, so to me, this is a good evidence that it's kind of one way to see that your group differences are valid. So to sum it up, I think it's really about the ontological issue we are seeing, and what should be relevant or irrelevant in our investigation really depends on how we define the outcome we are trying to see. Okay, if it's not individual selections, okay, we want group differences to be valid. That's actually what we are trying to understand. Every one of us here. So this really requires us to define culture. But 30 years ago, one of the founders in cross-cultural research, cross-cultural psychology, said that we don't have to define culture. Okay, and I think that's the whole start of the problem. I think 40 years ago, it was a good reason not to discuss this issue. But now I think we are kind of put ourselves into a business where we are picking a wrong method and we end up hurting a business actually. And to be sure, a lot of psychological instruments are developed for measuring individual differences, but I don't think that should stop us from investigating cultural differences. We just have to be aware of their purposes and goals of using those scales. And then as long as we define what culture is like, and then we can define what's relevant in our data set, and we can meaningfully pick the method that tries to eliminate irrelevant factors. Okay, but cultures are relevant here. And yeah, I mean, mean comparison is central in comparative culturology, but unfortunately, I think measurement invariance testing is not the method for celebrating mean differences. Yeah, that ends my talk. The right time. Okay, thanks so much.